We have always tried to bring you updated, analyzed, and summarized content every day. However, to maintain the operation of the channel, from editorial time, technical systems, to operating costs, we are facing many financial constraints. If you feel that what the channel brings is valuable, we hope you consider joining the membership to help us continue to maintain and develop. Your companionship not only helps the channel exist, but also motivates us to continue working every day. With just a small donation each month, you help keep this community going and spread the word to more people. Thank you for your continued support. For a great America, sign up for membership in the description of this video or click the Join Membership button so we can fund the program. Also, you can give Super Chat, Super Stickers, or Super Thanks. I love you all.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, it was rumored that SCOTUS has finally ruled in favor of the Brunson case, that the 2020 election was fraudulent, and thus the High Court nullified that election, including all of Congress, anyone elected to public office and any decisions made by the Biden administration. With the 2020 election still nullified forever, President Trump has been fully reinstated as Commander-in-Chief via military authority. Congress has automatically dissolved and the global military alliance was in full force, flipping the kill switch on the satanic cabal. White Hat intelligence recently confirmed that for a very long time U.S. election software has been infiltrated by the Chinese Communist Party working in tandem with the Democratic National Committee. Compromised voting machine companies like Dominion, Smartmatic, S&S, and others had internet access during U.S. and other countries' election voting tabulation. Many other foreign connections linked to communism evidently were used by the Democrats to throw votes from at least the Obama administration on up to the present. Trump has been reinstated as Commander-in-Chief under continuity of government protocols. That meant right now the military justice system was in total control, a fact expected to be announced this weekend, likely on Sunday 1st of February, 2026. With the Brunson case slamming the door on a free and fair 2020 election and the full 2020 fraud exposed, illegitimate actors would soon be removed from Congress and all of the U.S. incorporated government. On Monday 26 Jan. 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel made it clear that the privately owned U.S. Incorporated was officially defunct due to bankruptcy of the fiat Federal Reserve U.S. dollar. Patel announced, in 6 days the U.S. government will be shut down due to a financial crisis. All of which cleared the way for restoration of the American Republic under constitutional common law on Sunday 1st of February. No more fake Fed, no more stolen elections. Trump's shadow command had been baiting the traitors for years. Now the trap could snap shut. The fact that we were already under temporary martial law should be no surprise to those in the know. The Military Commissions Act has been fully activated since January 24, corrupt civilian courts overridden, tribunals raging in full swing, deep state traitors legally executed. Trump's global military alliance's largest sting operation in history was peaking with White Hats seizing everything from satellites to central banks. There were military in 300-plus cities, with troops locked and loaded, chaos they crave, we crush with faith and firepower. Sources revealed that there were 3.7 million high-level arrests locked in just this last week. No deals, no mercy, the noose tightened on Clinton's, Obama's, Biden's, Soros puppets, Big Pharma killers, Vatican rats and Hollywood pedos. Trusted military intelligence confirms that mass arrests continue at an unprecedented pace under the command of the global military alliance. The storm is upon us, with elite tribunals accelerating and sealed indictments unsealing in waves across more than 32 nations. Gitmo was overflowing, with new wings in Alaska and Greenland humming with black vans and confessions. Over 75,000 to 80,000 precious children have been rescued in recent days from deep underground tunnels and trafficking networks tied to high-profile figures, as brave operators dismantle these satanic strongholds in the name of God and humanity. Also on Sunday 1st of February, there was scheduled to be announced that the quantum financial system was fully operational and gold/asset-backed currencies now dominated globally, heralding the greatest wealth transfer in history. By February 1, 2026, trillions in prosperity funds were expected to flood into the hands of the people, ending poverty and igniting global renewal under GCR/GCR reforms. As the new asset-backed global financial system and GCR/GCR detonated, fiat currency dies and rainbow currency floods streets. Debt forgiveness stands imminent through the debt jubilee algorithm, zeroing out mortgages, credit cards, and unlawful burdens as legalized under prior executive actions. No more fiat taxes or IRS oppression. The new U.S. Treasury, fortified with gold reserves, ensures fair distribution via the QFS. Redemption centers were on high alert, with Tier 4B notifications flowing through secure channels. This week the RV launch accelerated, with Iraqi dinar and ZIM holders poised for historic payouts at contract rates that would empower humanitarian projects and long-term stewards. Tier 1 payouts load soon, trillions clawed from cabal vaults rerouted to we the people. Humanitarian funds will unleash, RV/GCR hits hard, 209 nations sink to unbreakable QFS grid. President Trump has given the final green light, activating the emergency broadcast system to reveal the truth to every soul on Earth. Soon the EBS will override grids nationwide. 8-hour loops will blast unredacted horrors, Epstein tunnels, Pizzagate proofs, adrenochrome labs raided, dumb child rescues, election forensics, bioweapon truths. There will be no MSM, no internet lies, only raw awakening for 10 days. Power flickers, National Guard locks cities, Delta Force rolls on elites. Suicides, plane crashes, heart attacks spike for the guilty. Trump's Iron Command has delivered, generations of theft ended, kids saved from satanic pits, with the new republic arising. You were never meant to witness this victory, but God woke the warriors, the storm rages, light overtakes darkness. You are urged to prepare for 10 days of communication darkness, which appeared to be imminent. Patriots, fortify now. Stock essentials, pray fierce, hold the line. The military stands ready to supply food, water and essentials for those caught unprepared. Power grids will briefly shut down as Starlink systems are secured, banks will close, and ATMs and credit cards will cease functioning. During this period of stillness, non-stop broadcasts will educate the world on corruption, fraud, pedophilia, election theft and the elite's dark rituals. Traitors face the news, we rise with Trump reinstated. WWG1G. Tribunals now, freedom forever, nothing stops the plan. Trust the plan, for God wins. A. What to expect beginning Sunday 15th of February. 2026, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will go off to override all media, networks and narratives. Temporary martial law will be enforced not to oppress the people, but to remove criminal power structures and restore fair, transparent, verified elections. 3 days of darkness will include cyber warfare targeting the internet, communication grids, financial switches, data centers and media servers, for a controlled isolation from propaganda and only one voice that exposes only truth. 10 days of disclosure will work under one official central website and channel. There, up to 8 hours of looped broadcasts per day will expose financial crimes, human trafficking networks, election interference, illegal wars, money laundering, blackmail operations, names, dates, transactions, videos and audios, with no commentators, no spin, just evidence. A NISR/JASAR activation phase will nullify global debt and execute a bank fraud reset, with usury termination and illegal interest erased. Full QFS implementation. The old financial system was already dead. It just hasn't been announced yet. From now on there would only be asset-backed ledgers, no money printing, no fraud, no hidden fees, no offshore looting. Every dollar will be traceable, every transaction final. A whopping 95% of the U.S. government structure will be eliminated. The Federal Reserve will be dissolved and IRS absorbed into a new U.S. Treasury. There will be no tax on food, medicine, salaries and used goods, including used homes and cars. A 14% sales tax on new items only and tariffs on goods coming into the country will replace the old tax system. Maritime law will be abolished. No more legal slavery. A new common law will emerge, based on natural rights, not corporate control. Be possible timing, on 27 Jan. Bruce reported his source said that we are looking for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange appointments over the next 3 days, Wed, Thursday or Friday. January 28th, 29th, 30th. Valid sources report that on Saturday 31 Jan. And Sunday 1st of February. 2026 every phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. It will be an intense, ear-piercing sound that will wake you up whether you like it or not. On that date, global systems would begin to shift. Banks, trade networks and digital grids would move toward true transparency, with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. On Saturday, 31 Jan. 2026, the privately owned by foreign bankers U.S. Incorporated can no longer function because it was bankrupt and was no longer authorized to print its fiat Federal Reserve U.S. dollar. The U.S. Incorporated government will be shut down, according to FBI Director Kash Patel. At the same time, the QFS goes live using the debt-free gold/asset-backed currency of 209 nations and severing all deep state control over global banking. On Sunday, 1 Jan. 2026, the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system activates under a restored constitutional republic that would function under common law and concepts of the original constitution. U.S. Incorporated's maritime law would gradually be phased out. By Monday, February 2, 2026, Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump leads. With U.S. Incorporated dissolved, maritime law and the fiat U.S. dollar dead, Trump brings in the gold/asset-backed U.S. note in a historic transfer of wealth back to the people. Prepare for a global 48-hour communication lockdown. On Monday, February 2, 2026, you'll see encrypted alerts tied to your national ID or phone signature. First wave biometric wallet logins open across verified nations. Partial debt reconciliations appearing as system recalculations. Global emergency communication drills, disguised as public safety tests. On Friday, February 6, 2026, the public launch of NISA Tier 1 redemptions would finalize. By Wednesday, 11th of February, 2026, redemption centers open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. All accounts move to the quantum grid. The old system is shutting down. The final alert is next, SG on Telegram. The silence right now is the final moment before a system collapses. According to claims circulating in pro-Trump intelligence circles, U.S. military operations have entered their last phase, with command infrastructure, satellite control, and strategic hubs now fully aligned under Donald Trump as Commander-in-Chief. Supporters point to January operations abroad, most notably in Caracas, as the decisive break that dismantled financial and logistical networks tied to the old global order. With those channels severed, the argument is that resistance collapsed and the transition accelerated. What follows, they say, is not chaos, but disclosure. At the center of this narrative is the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, described as the mechanism that bypasses legacy media and delivers information directly to every phone and television in the country. Once activated, it is expected to interrupt normal programming and transmit declassified evidence long withheld from the public. Proponents claim the purpose is not occupation, but stabilization, securing infrastructure, preventing panic, and exposing corruption without triggering widespread unrest. Temporary disruptions to communications are framed as containment, not control, during what is described as a national transition phase. Whether viewed as warning or prophecy, the message is consistent: the old system is ending, the signal is imminent, and when it arrives, nothing else will matter. The era of delay is over. The next phase begins with the broadcast. Wednesday, 28 Jan. 2026, Alliance Plan / Final Phase initiated, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. Trump did not lose power, he removed himself from the spotlight. What the world called a Biden presidency was not government, it was a controlled simulation, a temporary theater designed to expose, map and trap globalist networks, financial parasites and deep state operators. Every signature, executive order, foreign move were logged, time-stamped and irrefutable. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will go off to override all media, networks and narratives. Temporary martial law will be enforced not to oppress the people, but to remove criminal power structures and restore fair, transparent, verified elections. 3 days of darkness will include cyber warfare targeting the internet, communication grids, financial switches, data centers and media servers, with controlled isolation from propaganda and only one voice remaining. 10 days of disclosure will have only one central website, one official channel. There, up to 8 hours of looped broadcasts per day will expose financial crimes, human trafficking networks, election interference, illegal wars, money laundering, blackmail operations, names, dates, transactions, Videos and audios, with no commentators, no spin, just evidence. The NISR/GCR activation phase will nullify global debt, a bank fraud reset and usury termination, with illegal interest erased. You were never in debt. The system was. Full QFS implementation. The old financial system was already dead. It just hasn't been announced yet. From now on there would be only asset-backed ledgers, no money printing, no fraud, no hidden fees, no offshore looting. Every dollar would be traceable and every transaction final. The Federal Reserve will be dissolved and the IRS absorbed into a new U.S. Treasury. 95% of government structure will be eliminated. There will be no tax on food, medicine, salaries and used goods, including homes and cars. Maritime law will be abolished. The era of corporate fiction was over. No more legal slavery. No more strawman system. A new customary law will emerge, based on natural rights, not corporate control. Military status. The military was not here to rule. It was here to protect, including food distribution, medical supply chains and guarding of infrastructure. The mantra was order before freedom and truth before peace. This was why they were panicking, why media was screaming, why banks were silent. Their system knew it lost. You were not watching history begin. You were watching a lie collapse. Stay calm. Stay ready. Stay awake. The next signal will not be public. E2s. 27 Jan. 2026 10 Days of Darkness is upon us, 107 on Telegram. 10 Days of Darkness is not a rumor anymore, it's the final phase to dismantle the deep state beast once and for all. The cabal's grip is slipping, their fake government is crumbling, and Trump's restored republic is ready to take full control. Military intelligence confirms, power grids will go dark, communications blacked out, internet cut, but it's all part of the plan to isolate the traitors, round them up, and broadcast the undeniable truth via emergency broadcast system. Trump returns triumphant, military in lockstep, constitution restored. No more UN, no more Federal Reserve slavery, no more pedo elite ruling from shadows. The chest opens huge, bigger than any Annans ever dreamed. Prepare now, pray hard, the darkness lasts 10 days, but the light lasts forever. Patriots in full control. The end of the cabal is here. WWG1. Nothing can stop what is coming. F Global Currency Reset. Judy note, if you hold foreign currency or bonds, you might want to consider doing your exchange/redemption at an official redemption center, RC, rather than at a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks cannot offer you the higher exchange rates you can obtain at RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide next week. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, boom. President Trump announces Federal Reserve interest rates will plummet as soon as he replaces Jerome Powell as Fed chair. I'll fire Powell, and rates will drop fast. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Besant bombshell, $150 billion in tax refunds plus 600,000 families enrolled in Trump accounts, it's going to be a big refund season. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Mr. Pool on Telegram. On Monday, February 2, 2026 the QFS activates worldwide. Commander-in-Chief Trump leads, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, maritime law dead. Trump takes down the deep state's fiat U.S. dollar and brings an asset-backed U.S. note in a historic transfer of wealth back to the people. Prepare for a global 48-hour communication lockdown. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Bruce, the big call XRP is the digital coin that backs our new gold-backed dollar. An e-wallet is used for cryptocurrency. We have our monies in a quantum holding account, non-interest bearing, that we can move money from and into our primary and secondary bank accounts. At your appointment, move what you need for the first 60 to 90 days into your secondary accounts. After 60 or 90 days you can access your quantum account whenever you want. A consumption tax of 14% is part of NISR and will replace our present income tax. A source said Tier 4B will defiantly be notified for exchange appointments this week. A source said that at 8 p.m. EST night 27 Jan. 2026 everything would start with Tier 4B and we would be at the point of no return. This same source said we are looking for Tier 4B notification for exchange appointments over the next 3 days, Thursday or Friday. January 28th, 29th, 30th. Save the Children, Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Coca-Cola Company is implicated in the purchase of children from Ukraine. We're talking black market organ harvesting, the rabbit hole on Telegram. What we think we know. This is Thursday 29 Jan. 2026, Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, corrupt factions within our own U.S. government concealed the fact that U.S. election software was infiltrated by the Chinese government. Voting machine companies like Dominion, Smartmatic, S&S, and others, with internet access and foreign connections and components allows massive vulnerabilities, remote hacking, and software backdoors, especially when these backdoors were part of the overall design itself. The narrative extends beyond 2020 and Biden's anomalous spikes in vote, proving algorithmic interference, suggesting similar tactics were used in prior elections, such as Barack Obama's 2012 win, or even in foreign elections like Venezuela, Canada, South Korea, and even Australia. White hats on Telegram. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, second major storm to hit Midwestern and East Coast states. A second major winter storm is about to slam again. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, former Delta Force operator Dale Comstock claims that there were two snipers during Trump's assassination attempt at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. He alleged that Joe Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky are involved in the hit. We know our own government was involved, and this just adds more fuel to the fire. President Trump allegedly knows and now has leverage over Zelensky and is using it. This is why the story allegedly died. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, breaking, executive order. Trump seizes control of LA rebuild after Newsom's disaster. The people have waited long enough. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Tim Walz is taking the side of a violent, deranged, armed terrorist who pulled a gun on ICE agents while fighting them. Tim Walz will do anything to deflect from his huge role in the billion-dollar Somali scam, Mr. Pool on Telegram. 27 Jan. 2026, leftist agitators admit far-left groups are funding anti-ICE chaos in Minnesota. Wednesday 28 Jan. President Trump has already removed 10,000 illegals from Minneapolis. That's not just enforcement, that's an entire congressional district wiped off the map. No wonder Democrats are panicking. Fewer illegals means fewer rigged districts, fewer fake votes, and less power for the radical left. This is what real border enforcement looks like. Keep going. America is watching. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Dr. Oz says a new audit found California charged the federal government over $1.5 billion for free healthcare for illegals. If you're on Medicare, you don't get free dental, you don't get free vision. You do if you're an illegal immigrant in California. We've audited Newsom. This data is coming out this week. We have now found $1.5 billion that California charged the federal government for illegal immigrants that they're not allowed to pay charges for. They have to pay for it themselves. He's not happy. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday 23 Jan. 2026, I believe the quantum financial system represents a necessary evolution away from a failing, debt-driven model. I have watched people's savings erode while institutions benefited. And the QFS system offers a framework built on transparency, asset backing, and individual security. Elon Musk at World Economic Forum. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, FBI executes search warrant at election office in Fulton County, Georgia. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, the left woke up to the news that border czar Tom Homan will be taking direct control of ICE operations on the ground in Minnesota and report straight to President Trump. And Tim Walz immediately caved. Too good, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, DHS just traded in Tempe, Arizona, and boom, leftist protesters materialized on the spot like clockwork. Again. These ICE hunting networks are nationwide, well-funded, well-organized, coordinated chaos machines. Just like we saw in Minnesota. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, American foods banned in other countries. American chicken is banned in Europe because it is treated with chlorine. U.S. ground beef is banned because of added pink slime. U.S. pork is not allowed because of ractopamine, a feed additive banned in 160 countries. Salmon raised with chemicals, milk produced with synthetic growth hormones, breakfast cereals containing artificial colors, Patriot Freedom on Telegram. J. Voter fraud, Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, the single greatest damning testimony of the November 3, 2020 election. Poll watcher under oath, this is the duplication room. I observed, with my Democratic partner, the preparation of a new ballot. Since the original one was soiled or wouldn't go through the tabulators. I read her a Trump Republican ballot. As soon as she entered it into the Dominion system, the ballot defaulted on the screen to a Biden Democratic ballot. Someone made sure that Dominion rigging systems was in all the battleground states for the November 3, 2020 election, Steve Bannon on Telegram. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, corrupt factions within our own U.S. government concealed the fact that U.S. election software was infiltrated by the Chinese government, White Hats on Telegram. Voting machine companies like Dominion, Smartmatic, S&S, and others, with internet access and foreign connections and components allows massive vulnerabilities, remote hacking, and software backdoors, especially when these backdoors were part of the overall design itself. The narrative extends beyond 2020 and Biden's anomalous spikes in vote, proving algorithmic interference, suggesting similar tactics were used in prior elections, such as Barack Obama's 2012 win or even in foreign elections like Venezuela, Canada, South Korea, and even Australia. Learning the history and tracing these voting machines companies' finances, company connections, and production over time paint a picture of influence from everywhere but from where the elections are being held in the first place, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is the recipe for corruption and control. Guru Intel and Predictions. L2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Urgent Emergency, I'm exposing the whole damn SHT storm, Michael Jocko on Telegram. The deep state cabal's house of cards is imploding, and the storm they've feared is slamming down on their heads. Jocko reveals the raw truth, the fake government facade is shattered, the military has been running the show under Trump's iron command since the steal. The quantum financial system is fully operational, fiat slavery ending, gold/asset-backed currencies flooding in, and trillions seized from Rothschild vaults are pouring into Patriot accounts. Nizara/Jazara is live. Debts forgiven, IRS abolished, prosperity packages dropping to the faithful who stayed true. EBS activation is imminent, 10 days of truth bombs exposing every crime against humanity, bioweapons, election fraud, satanic networks in Hollywood and D.C. Stay locked and loaded, pray fiercely, and prepare for the victory wave. The greatest wealth transfer and spiritual liberation in history is unfolding now. Only the awake patriots win big. Nothing can stop the storm. Nothing. Trump leads, military executes, evil perishes. Get ready for total freedom, divine justice, and the rise of the real republic. WWG1. The whole damn shitstorm is our triumph. NCSIC. Eternal pain for demons. Eternal glory for warriors. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026 The deep state cabal is crumbling faster than ever. Trump's global military alliance is in full control, and the final takedown is happening right now. The 17th letter on Telegram. Patriots, wake up and pay attention because the global currency reset, GCR, and revaluation, RV, are live and accelerating in 2026. Gold/asset-backed currencies are rolling out worldwide through the quantum financial system, QFS. The fiat dollar scam is dead, and the Satan-worshipping Khazarian mafia elites are being rounded up en masse from military tribunals at Gitmo. No one escapes justice. Child traffickers and election thieves are facing divine reckoning. BRICS nations and the White Hats have seized control of the people's money from the cabal's clutches. The old corrupt system is bankrupt and dissolved. The United States corporation is no more, replaced by the restored republic under constitutional law. Nizara/Jazara is being implemented in phases. Debt forgiveness is imminent. All illegal taxes like the IRS, Israel Revenue Service, are vanishing, and massive wealth transfers to we the people are underway. Redemption centers are activating, secure appointments for currency exchanges are being scheduled, and humanitarian funds are releasing to patriots who held the line. Military is the only way. Q was right all along. Special forces are executing operations in the shadows, deep state strongholds are being dismantled, and EBS alerts could drop any moment to expose the truth to the normies. 10 days of darkness. It's closer than you think. No internet, No fake news media, just 7 encrypted messages to every phone worldwide revealing the horrors of the cabal's crimes against humanity. The final battle between good and evil is peaking, God wins, and the storm is upon us. Trust the plan, stay calm, and prepare. The greatest wealth transfer in history is happening now, and only the awake will benefit fully. WWG1, where we go one, we go all. The cabal's reign of terror ends here. Trump is back in command, the republic is restored, and freedom is ours. Pray, stay vigilant, and get ready for the greatest awakening humanity has ever seen. The elites are panicking, because their time is up. Nothing can stop what's coming. Nothing. God bless America, God bless the world, and God bless our brave military taking down the deep state demons once and for all. NCSIC. Pain is coming for the wicked. Glory is coming for the patriots. N2s. 27 Jan. 2026. The day is coming and here. Dr. Lee Merritt, the 17-letter on Telegram. Patriots, brace yourselves, Dr. Lee Merritt just dropped the most dangerous intel yet, and the day we've all been warning about is here in late January 2026. The bioweapon agenda is reaching its demonic climax, the globalists are unleashing their final phase to depopulate and enslave humanity, but the white hats and awakened warriors are countering hard. Trump's military alliance is in total control, executions at Gitmo are ramping up, wealth seizures from Rothschild and Rockefellers are funding the reset. Jazara/Nizara triggers are firing, debt wipes, tax abolition, and prosperity deliveries to true patriots who held the line. God is calling his army, stay vigilant, pray without ceasing, and fortify your bodies and spirits. The storm is peaking, darkness is being purged, and light is breaking through. Nothing stops this divine plan. The day is here, justice rains down, freedom explodes, and evil is eradicated. Trust the plan, protect your family, and get ready for the victory celebration. WWG1, God wins, the cabal loses forever. NCSIC. Pain for the predators. Glory and healing for the patriots. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026. Eyes on Gitmo, Tina Peters, Davos, Trump, the real war against the deep state cabal. Justice is finally rolling out at full speed. 107 with John Michael Chambers, retired Brigadier General Blaine Holt, Lieutenant Colonel Matt Meck, and Navy Captain Peter Madison. Tina Peters, the true American hero who exposed the Dominion voting machine fraud that stole the 2020 election and tried to do it again, was still locked up as a political prisoner. But every day she's behind bars is proof the enemy is terrified, they're losing control. Juan makes it clear, her sacrifice is fueling the awakening, and patriots won't forget. The deep state thinks they can silence her, but they're wrong. Her story is igniting millions, and soon the tribunals will make them pay for what they did to her and to all of us. Davos was a satanic gathering of globalist elites plotting their next move against humanity. But this time, something massive happened. President Trump showed up and absolutely demolished them with a legendary speech that exposed their entire agenda. Trump didn't hold back, he called out the WEF parasites, their depopulation schemes, their fake climate scams, and their plan to enslave the world under digital tyranny. The cabal was shaking in their boots as Trump laid out how America is back, stronger than ever, and their new world order is crumbling. This wasn't just a speech, it was a declaration of war on the globalists, and Trump delivered it like a boss while the world watched. Eyes on Gitmo. Juan confirms the military tribunals are ramping up big time at Guantanamo Bay. The overflow is real, planes landing daily with high-level traitors, cabal puppets, and election thieves in cuffs. Names you know are already there or on the way: politicians, tech overlords, big pharma criminals, and those who sold out America for their Luciferian masters. Military justice is swift, no deals, no mercy. The white hats have everything: the servers, the blackmail files, the adrenochrome evidence, the Epstein lists. It's all coming out soon via the emergency broadcast system. Q told us years ago, "You are watching a movie, and now the climax is playing out in real time." The cartels. They're tied into human trafficking, fentanyl pouring across the border, all funded by the same deep state players who want America destroyed. Global currency reset. Judy note: if you hold foreign currency or bonds, you might want to consider doing your exchange/redemption at an official redemption center, RC, rather than at a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks cannot offer you the higher exchange rates you can obtain at RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide next week. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, boom, President Trump announces Federal Reserve interest rates will plummet as soon as he replaces Jerome Powell as Fed chair. I'll fire Powell, and rates will drop fast. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Besant bombshell, $150 billion in tax refunds plus 600,000 families enrolled in Trump accounts. It's going to be a big refund season. 27 Jan. 2026 Mr. Pool on Telegram, on Monday, February 2, 2026 the QFS activates worldwide. Commander-in-Chief Trump leads, U.S. Incorporated dissolved. Trump takes down the deep state's fiat U.S. dollar and brings an asset-backed U.S. note in a historic transfer of wealth back to the people. Prepare for a global 48-hour communication lockdown. 27 Jan. 2026 Bruce, the big call XRP is the digital coin that backs our new gold-backed dollar. An e-wallet is used for cryptocurrency. We have our monies in a quantum holding account, non-interest bearing, that we can move money from and into our primary and secondary bank accounts. At your appointment, move what you need for the first 60 to 90 days into your secondary accounts. After 60 or 90 days you can access your quantum account whenever you want. A consumption tax of 14% is part of NISERA and will replace our present income tax. A source said Tier 4B will defiantly be notified for exchange appointments this week. A source said that at 8 p.m. EST Tuesday night 27 Jan. 2026 everything would start with Tier 4B and we would be at the point of no return. This same source said we are looking for Tier 4B notification for exchange appointments over the next 3 days, Thursday or Friday. January 28th, 29th, 30th. Save the Children, Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Coca-Cola Company is implicated in the purchase of children from Ukraine. We're talking black market organ harvesting, the rabbit hole on Telegram. What we think we know. As of Thursday 29 Jan. 2026, Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, corrupt factions within our own U.S. government concealed the fact that U.S. election software was infiltrated by the Chinese government. Voting machine companies like Dominion, Smartmatic, S&S, and others, with internet access and foreign connections and components allows massive vulnerabilities, remote hacking, and software backdoors, especially when these backdoors were part of the overall design itself. The narrative extends beyond 2020 and Biden's anomalous spikes in vote, proving algorithmic interference, suggesting similar tactics were used in prior elections, such as Barack Obama's 2012 win, or even in foreign elections like Venezuela, Canada, South Korea, and even Australia. White hats on Telegram. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, second major storm to hit Midwestern and East Coast states. A second major winter storm is about to slam again. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, former Delta Force operator Dale Comstock claims that there were 2 snipers during Trump's assassination attempt at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. He alleged that Joe Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky are involved in the hit. We know our own government was involved and this just adds more fuel to the fire. President Trump allegedly knows and now has leverage over Zelensky and is using it. This is why the story allegedly died. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, breaking, executive order, Trump seizes control of LA rebuild after Newsom's disaster, the people have waited long enough. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Tim Walz is taking the side of a violent, deranged, armed terrorist who pulled a gun on ICE agents while fighting them. Tim Walz will do anything to deflect from his huge role in the billion-dollar Somali scam, Mr. Pool on Telegram. 27 Jan. 2026 leftist agitators admit far-left groups are funding anti-ICE chaos in Minnesota. Wednesday 28 Jan. President Trump has already removed 10,000 illegals from Minneapolis. That's not just enforcement, that's an entire congressional district wiped off the map. No wonder Democrats are panicking. Fewer illegals means fewer rigged districts, fewer fake votes, and less power for the radical left. This is what real border enforcement looks like. Keep going. America is watching. Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, Dr. Oz says a new audit found California charged the federal government over $1.5 billion for free healthcare for illegals. If you're on Medicare, you don't get free dental, you don't get free vision. You do if you're an illegal immigrant in California. We've audited Newsom. This data is coming out this week. We have now found $1.5 billion that California charged the federal government for illegal immigrants that they're not allowed to pay charges for. They have to pay for it themselves. He's not happy. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, 23 Jan. 2026. I believe the quantum financial system represents a necessary evolution away from a failing, debt-driven model. I have watched people's savings erode while institutions benefited. And the QFS system offers a framework built on transparency, asset backing, and individual security. Elon Musk at World Economic Forum. Wednesday, 28 Jan. 2026, FBI executes search warrant at election office in Fulton County, Georgia. Wednesday, 28 Jan. 2026, the left woke up to the news that border czar Tom Homan will be taking direct control of ICE operations on the ground in Minnesota and report straight to President Trump. And Tim Walz immediately caved. Too good, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Wednesday, 28 Jan. 2026. DHS just traded in Tempe, Arizona and boom, leftist protesters materialized on the spot like clockwork. Again. These ICE hunting networks are nationwide, well-funded, well-organized, coordinated chaos machines. Just like we saw in Minnesota. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Wednesday, 28 Jan. 2026, American foods banned in other countries. American chicken is banned in Europe because it is treated with chlorine. U.S. ground beef is banned because of added pink slime. U.S. pork is not allowed because of ractopamine, a feed additive banned in 160 countries. Salmon raised with chemicals, milk produced with synthetic growth hormones, breakfast cereals containing artificial colors. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Voter fraud, Wednesday, 28 Jan. 2026, the single greatest damning testimony of the November 3, 2020 election. Poll watcher under oath. This is the duplication room. I observed, with my Democratic partner, the preparation of a new ballot. Since the original one was soiled or wouldn't go through the tabulators. I read her a Trump Republican ballot. As soon as she entered it into the Dominion system, the ballot defaulted on the screen to a Biden Democratic ballot. Someone made sure that Dominion rigging systems was in all the battleground states for the November 3, 2020 election. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Wednesday, 28 Jan. 2026, corrupt factions within our own U.S. government concealed the fact that U.S. election software was infiltrated by the Chinese government. White hats on Telegram. Voting machine companies like Dominion, Smartmatic, S&S, and others, with internet access and foreign connections and components allows massive vulnerabilities, remote hacking, and software backdoors, especially when these backdoors were part of the overall design itself. The narrative extends beyond 2020 and Biden's anomalous spikes in vote, proving algorithmic interference, suggesting similar tactics were used in prior elections, such as Barack Obama's 2012 win or even in foreign elections like Venezuela, Canada, South Korea, and even Australia. Learning the history and tracing these voting machines, trusted sources have declared that the plan never changed. From information contained in this update we could easily conclude that the American Republic's restoration to concepts of the original Constitution via global currency reset from its very beginning was set to take place on Saturday 31 Jan, Sunday 1st of February, and Monday February 2, 2026. The deep state cabal's Federal Reserve, BlackRock and global banks had long planned for Saturday 31 Jan. 2026 to be the date for an engineered demolition of the fiat US dollar, that was sure to result in collapse of the global financial system, done in order to enslave humanity under a fiat digital currency prison where the bad guys have complete control over your life. Not gonna happen. Right now all global financial systems were a go, the global currency reset was live, while the emergency broadcast system was primed for activation for the 10 days of darkness to begin. On Monday 26 Jan. 2026 FBI Director Kash Patel announced, in 6 days the U.S. government will be shut down due to a financial crisis. Why? Because Saturday 31 Jan. 2026, was the cabal's final kill switch date for the global financial system. Insiders have confirmed that years ago deep state puppets in the Federal Reserve, BlackRock and global banks had planned an engineered death of the fiat US dollar, along with collapse of the global financial system, for the end of Jan. 2026. They would then be able to enslave humanity under a fiat digital currency prison grid where the deep staters have complete control over your life and finances, even telling you when, how and what you could spend your money on. In the next days watch for sudden bank glitches and withdrawal limits, plus wild swings in the stock market, then a halt. This would result from deep staters dumping their fiat assets before the lights went out. What they didn't expect was that just prior to February 1, 2026, Trump and the BRIC nation's quantum financial system, QFS, would be online worldwide, gold-backed and unbreakable. On or around January 31, expect the switch, old debt-based slavery erased, accounts reset with massive prosperity packages for we the people. Silver has dramatically revalued, trillions in hidden vaults support the QFS. And 209 nations embraced independence and free energy. There was one downside to the government shutdown as pointed out by FBI Director Kash Patel: the last time they shut down, gold and silver jumped to new all-time highs. But if you're holding other assets like stocks, you need to be careful because we're heading into a total data blackout. You could also expect power and communication outages labeled as tests. In reality, this would be a cover for integration of the quantum financial system on the new Starlink satellite system. Watch for GCR activations in February, income taxes abolished, IRS dissolved, Federal Reserve ended, replaced by gold-backed treasures and a flat sales tax on non-essentials. Debt forgiveness sweeping forth, mortgages, credit cards and burdens zeroed in the coming Jubilee. Redemption centers stand ready as revaluation of currencies nears an imminent public launch. First notifications and payouts for Tier 1 and 2 have already begun rolling out, with historic 100-hour windows extending into late January and early February. The quantum financial system. According to FBI Director Kash Patel, the EBS was activated on Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 in 100 cities across the United States. For this to occur worldwide, it will still take some time. The 10 Days of Truth EBS broadcasts will deliver 7 presidential messages to every device, followed by 3 8-hour documentaries revealing tribunals, corruption, fraud, and the global child rescue evidence. Martial law holds in high-risk zones, while the 10 Days of Darkness allows installation of the Starlink quantum satellite. Starlink ensures unbreakable communication as undersea cables are severed from cabal control. Quantum systems are transitioning to full QFS dominance. On 27 Jan. 2026 multiple confirmations indicated that the blackout has begun in key areas worldwide, with power grids and communications disrupted as white hat forces secure critical infrastructure. I will notify you when the transition extends from the United States to Latin America, and eventually to Western countries like Spain, Patel said. Mass arrests continue to sweep across nations, Texas, Florida, New York. Blackout confirmed, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram on 20 Jan. In a military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump activated the quantum financial system transition to gold-backed currency. Internal test transfers began running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore and Texas. The cabal's banks and SWIFT system would phase out in a protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST. The BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, pulled the trigger for over 209 countries to lock into gold-backed currencies. The cabal's SWIFT system was offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized. Iraq, Zimbabwe, all revalued sky-high while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. As of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 the Military Commissions Act was fully activated. Trump's military justice system has taken total control, overriding corrupt civilian courts, and the tribunals were in full swing. The deep state was being legally executed right now. Also as of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 NISR/GCR had been fully activated. All bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. Internal systems were live, the quantum financial system, QFS, operating and verified identities were syncing. On Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 the EBS was activated in 100 cities across the United States according to FBI Director Kash Patel. By 27 Jan. 2026 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. By 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 power flickers, blackout by Wednesday 29 Jan. 10 days of darkness starting Wednesday 28 Jan. To ring the New York Stock Exchange bell. Could that have anything to do with the global currency reset and changing of the fiat US dollar to a gold/backed US note? On Saturday 31 Jan. 2026 global systems would begin to shift. Banks, trade networks and digital grids would move toward true transparency with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. On Saturday 31 Jan. And Sunday 1st of February. 2026 every phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. It will be an intense, ear-piercing sound that will wake you up whether you like it or not. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 the government will be shut down according to FBI Director Kash Patel. At the same time the QFS goes live using the debt-free gold/asset-backed currency of 204 nations and severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures have already begun against corrupt elites worldwide. Redemption centers would open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Also on Sunday 1st of February. 2026 sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. Friday, February 6, 2026 full public launch of NISA Tier 1 redemptions finalized. On Wednesday 11th of February. 2026 QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts moved to the quantum grid. Corruption is erased. Monday, February 2, 2026 will be remembered as the day the Matrix broke. Not because everything changed instantly, but because the illusion finally collapsed. NISA and GCR QFS on Telegram. The lies about debt, about money, about your worth, they've built an empire on those fictions. NISA/GCR is not a theory anymore. It's structure. It's tech. It's law. And it's about to become visible. On Monday, February 2, 2026 you'll see encrypted alerts tied to your national ID or phone signature. First wave biometric wallet logins open across verified nations. Partial debt reconciliations appearing as system recalculations. Global emergency communication drills, disguised as public safety tests. The media will spin. The governments will hesitate. But the people, we, will be ready. The time is locked in. The vault is primed. And the future. It's already arrived. See EBS alert on Saturday 31 Jan. And Monday February 1, 2026 every phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. It will be an intense, ear-piercing sound that will wake you up whether you like it or not. The signal will be transmitted directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. This means you won't need to rely on your local news or social media for updates. The truth is coming directly to your phone. There's no way for the globalists to censor it. Global currency reset. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Mr. Pool on Telegram. On Monday, February 2, 2026 the QFS activates worldwide. Commander-in-Chief Trump leads, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, maritime law dead. Trump takes down the deep state's fiat US dollar and brings an asset-backed US note in a historic transfer of wealth back to the people. Prepare for a global 48-hour communication lockdown. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Bruce, the big call. XRP is the digital coin that backs our new gold-backed dollar and e-wallet is used for cryptocurrency. We have our monies in a quantum holding account, non-interest bearing, that we can move money from and into our primary and secondary bank accounts. At your appointment move what you need for the first 60 to 90 days into your secondary accounts. After 60 or 90 days you can access your quantum account whenever you want. A consumption tax of 14% is part of NISA and will replace our present income tax. A source said Tier 4B will defiantly be notified for exchange appointments this week. A source said that at 8 p.m. EST 2s. Night 27 Jan. 2026 everything would start with Tier 4B and we would be at the point of no return. This same source said we are looking for Tier 4B notification for exchange appointments over the next 3 days, Thursday or Friday. January 28th, 29th, 30th. The Redemption Center is the only place to go for your exchange. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC.E. Saturday 31 Jan. 2026 Shutdown Detonator, Why the Next 4 Days Could Freeze the U.S. Economy and Trigger Global Panic, Mr. Poole. Final chapter on Telegram. The clock is ticking down to January 31st. 2026, the cabal's final kill switch date. Insiders confirm this is no ordinary deadline. It's the detonator they've planted for years, a engineered collapse to enslave what's left of humanity under their digital prison grid. But the White Hats flipped the script. The next 4 days, starting right now, are make or break. Why January 31st? Deep state puppets in the Fed, BlackRock and global banks have been quietly positioning for a controlled demolition of the fiat dollar system. Leaked docs show emergency protocols activated, massive treasury dumping, liquidity drains, and cyber false flags blamed on Russia or hackers to cover the real move: total shutdown of ATMs, credit cards, and trading platforms. They want panic in the streets so martial law locks in and their CBDC nightmare rolls out unchallenged. But here's the truth they don't want you to know: Trump's plan is in motion. Military intelligence has seized key nodes. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, is already online in shadow mode, gold-backed and unbreakable. On or around January 31st, expect the switch: old debt-based slavery erased, accounts reset with massive prosperity packages for we the people. The elites are terrified, that's why media blackout is total and distractions, fake wars, celebrity nonsense, are at max volume. What to watch in the next 4 days: sudden bank glitches and withdrawal limits, early signs of the freeze, stock market wild swings then halt, cabal dumping before lights out. Power/comms outages labeled tests, cover for QFS integration, arrest waves ramping up quietly, high-level traders vanishing. This isn't fear porn, it's the final phase of the storm. The deep state is cornered, lashing out with their last weapon, economic Armageddon. But they lose. We've seen the proofs. Gitmo flights full, tribunals active, the military is in control. Stock up now, cash, for a few days, food, water, meds, ammo. Tell your circle, the old system dies so the new republic rises. Nizar/Jezar isn't coming, it's here, activating. Trust the plan. God wins. The next 4 days decide everything. Stay frosty, stay united, stay loud. WWG1 Go Dark to Light. Boom Week incoming. F. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Full alert: Trump convenes emergency White House meeting after QFS attack, the final stage has begun. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. On January 26, 2026, something massive unfolded inside the White House, with no press coverage, no leaks, and no delay. In the early morning hours, President Donald J. Trump called an emergency classified meeting deep beneath Washington. The reason: a direct cyber attack on the Quantum Financial System and Nizar payout protocols. A final act of sabotage from a collapsing global elite. The attack wasn't random. It was an elite operation, targeting financial routing channels tied to Tier 2 Nizar accounts. The funds were being redirected through offshore blind trusts masked as green energy investments. But the real cover was deception, designed using ESG frameworks and backdoor access that only IMF insiders and central banking cartels could deploy. It was an inside job. Trump responded without hesitation. He locked down Washington airspace, activated military protocols, and summoned the most powerful military, intelligence, and treasury figures into a secure safe beneath the White House. Phones were shut off. Hardlines only. Documents were hand-delivered in sealed black folders, marked red. The operation was codenamed Final Ledger. This wasn't just a crisis response. It was a green light. Trump had waited for this trigger. Inside that war room, a decision was made: the system goes live, with or without the deep state's approval. Orders were issued to bypass all remaining SWIFT infrastructure and finalize the full public launch of Nizar Tier 1 redemptions by February 6. Simultaneously, arrest authorizations were signed targeting high-level media executives, central bankers, and digital finance operatives behind the sabotage. Intelligence teams across Belgium, Germany, and Australia were quietly activated to take down Rothschild-linked satellite uplinks and recover the final layers of the black gold chain. This wasn't an isolated attack. In recent days, the European Central Bank quietly withdrew nearly $300 billion in gold reserves. The IMF attempted to merge a Green Fund 2.0 into the QFS. BlackRock's CEO held secret meetings in Strasbourg. And shell corporations tied to Fusion GPS vanished overnight. January 26 was the final push and it failed. Monday, January 26, 2026 Summary Emergency Reset. Patriots in control. Big arrests incoming now. Sarge on Telegram. The White Hats have flipped the switch, and the deep state is being taken down in real time. Big arrests are rolling out across the board, high-level traders vanishing from their mansions, private jets grounded, underground bunkers breached. Military tribunals in full swing, no more delays, no more games. Gitmo is overflowing, overflow sites activated, and the worst offenders. The cabal's top puppets are facing swift, final justice. Emergency broadcast system prepped and ready. Sarge confirms the reset trigger has been pulled, old fiat system imploding under its own corruption, hyperinflation engineered to bury the central bank criminals forever. Quantum financial system is live in secure zones, gold/asset-backed currencies waiting to flood Patriots accounts. NISRA/GCR activation phase 1 complete, debt wiped, taxes abolished, prosperity funds about to hit your old bank accounts. Toast. But white hat protected. Wallets are exploding with wealth. The biggest wealth transfer in history is here. Patriots in absolute control. U.S. military loyalists, Space Force orbital lockdown, Global Alliance forces coordinating the final purge. DUMS cleared, child rescue ops hitting record numbers, adrenochrome. Factories destroyed. The evil they've hidden for decades is being exposed. Hollywood DC, Big Pharma, Vatican networks all crumbling. Fake news anchors defecting, whistleblowers flooding secure channels with proof. Mass arrests wave 2 hitting hard. Thousands sealed indictments unsealed. Overnight, Clinton cartel remnants, Soros operatives, Gates bioweapon pushers, Schwab WEF traders, all on the list. No escape, no deals, no mercy. International dragnet tightening, fleeing rats intercepted mid-flight. The storm is here, full force. Quanons, this is your victory lap. Sarge's emergency drop is the green light, Patriots in total control, cabal panicking and collapsing. Trust the plan executing flawlessly, nothing can stop what's coming. The Great Awakening explodes into full view, dark to light, corruption crushed, justice served hot. 2026 is the year. The end, the deep state dies screaming. God wins, NCSIC hold the line, stay vigilant, locked and loaded. Exposures will drop like nukes in the coming hours and days, red pills for the normies everywhere. We are the storm. We are winning bigly. Prepare for total triumph, it's happening now, Patriots. I'm Monday 26 Jan. 2026. The sequel to The Fall of the Cabal, Part 4, The Protocols of Zion Exposed, Storm Watch 17 on Telegram. Patriots, the mask is completely ripped off, this is the red pill that shatters the entire matrix. The long-suppressed documentary sequel has dropped the hammer on the protocols of the Elders of Zion, not as some dusty forgery hoax pushed by the controlled media, but as the blueprint the Khazarian Mafia actually followed to enslave humanity for over a century. Everything in those pages, central bank control, engineered wars, media domination, moral decay, divide and conquer tactics, staged pandemics, rigged elections, is exactly what we've lived through. And the proof is undeniable now that the White Hats have unsealed the archives. The real authors weren't hiding, they were boasting. High-level defectors from the bloodline families confirm the protocols were the operational manual handed down through the Rothschild, Rockefeller, Warburg, and other dynasty networks. Every major event of the last 120 years, World Wars, Great Depression, Bolshevik Revolution, Khazarian operatives, dual citizen traders and governments, big tech censors, fake news executives all being rounded up in synchronized night raids. Their offshore accounts frozen, private islands seized, DUMS collapsing. The children they trafficked are being rescued by the tens of thousands. The adrenochrome empire is being dismantled brick by brick. The Great Awakening hits fever pitch. Quanons were right from day one, the storm isn't coming, it's here and it's biblical. The protocols cabal thought they could rule forever. Instead, their own document is the rope they hang themselves with. 2026 ends their 2,000-year reign of darkness, gold-backed freedom, suppressed tech released, debt slavery abolished, justice served without mercy. Nothing can stop what is already in full motion. The veil is torn. The evil is exposed. The children are avenged. God wins. Patriots rise. The system is unraveling fast. Millions are waking up, the lies are collapsing, and the predators are in full panic mode. The dam is cracking, and the truth always leaks. Caviezel isn't just talking, he's striking at the heart of darkness. He knew. He spoke. And now the world sees. We stand with Jim Caviezel. No more silence. No more looking away. No more letting these demons hide behind power and money. The storm is here, the awakening is massive, and justice is rolling in like thunder. WWG1, the great exposure has begun, and nothing can stop it now. Share this everywhere before they censor it. The children need us. The truth needs us. The end of their reign is near. What we think we know as of Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026:2. 27 Jan. 2026 huge news, Trump just confirmed, 0% income tax is coming. The money we're taking in is so enormous, you won't even have income tax to pay. Choose. 27 Jan. 2026 Barron Trump news, USA emoji, on X, evacuate from these cities, 1, New York City 2, Los Angeles 3, Chicago 4, Philadelphia 5, Washington, D.C. 6, Houston 7, Nashville 8, New Orleans 9, Charlotte 10, San Francisco 11, Detroit 12, Seattle 13, Atlanta 14, Las Vegas 15, Baltimore 16, Boston 17, Miami 17 minutes 17 seconds cities, 1 event 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 FBI Director Kash Patel claims Chicago has around 110,000 active gang members, which he says is close to 5% of the city's population. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Fox News, FBI Director Kash Patel just dripped this bombshell on the massive wins under President Trump. Collectively, 6 of the top 10 most wanted fugitives who have been on the run for 50 years, were apprehended under the Trump administration. 2s. 27 Jan. Not only did Barack Hussein Obama falsify intelligence by directing the creation of an intelligence assessment that he knew was false, but he also conspired with foreign powers, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4, to overthrow the United States government in 2016. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 At least 2 Democrat Minnesota state officials and a campaign advisor to Tim Walz, Amanda Kuller, have been identified as admins and dispatchers in a now-leaked Signal group chat used to stalk and impede federal immigration operations in the state. Cue the storm on Telegram. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Powerful radiation from smartphones. When you use a smartphone, electromagnetic radiation pulsates through your body. It's scary to think about the long-term consequences. The X-Files on Telegram. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Clinton's, Hillary's emails and the Weiner laptop. The Weiner laptop contained enough information on the Clintons and numerous other high-level elites that if it were ever released, the entire government would fall. John F. Thus, got back all 20 of the living hostages, and all of the dead. Amazing job. Most thought of it as an impossible thing to do. Congratulations to my great team of champions, President Donald J. Trump shoes. 27 Jan. 2026 Breaking. Clinton caught selling U.S. green cards to China, $140 million in CCP cash funneled through EB-5 visa fraud, hundreds of spies planted, and Trump is now shutting it all down. 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Democrat Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just laid out the party's strategy going forward. On tape, the lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak. And that next time we just need to hurt working people and working Americans more to get them to fold. Systems reportedly used weighted votes, for example, 1.25 for one candidate, 0.75 for another, to manipulate totals. Sudden spikes in Biden votes in key states, supposedly without corresponding Trump votes. Machines connected online, allowing foreign interference, for example, from Venezuela via Smartmatic. Poll workers could manually change ballots without oversight. Audit trails erased to hide manipulations, and so much more. Democrats rigged the 2020 election. End Minnesota crisis Monday 26 Jan. 2026 breaking, rioters are now destroying the hotel they believe ICE agents are staying at in Minnesota. No evidence suggests there are actually agents staying there. Local PD once again allowing it to happen. You're a disgrace. Tim Waltz, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram 2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Islam has conquered Minnesota, 02s. 27 Jan. 2026 President Trump has agreed to remove Customs and Border Protection agents in Minnesota to support ICE operations only if Governor Tim Waltz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey agree to the following. 1. Waltz and Frey must turn over all criminal illegals currently in their custody, along with any illegal with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation. 2. State and local police must agree to turn over all illegals arrested by police to the federal government. 3. Local police must assist in apprehending illegals wanted for crimes, especially violent ones. Guru Intel and Predictions P. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 Spaceports, Biodomes and the Coming Storm, Miyoko Sano with Wano Savan. Wano Savan just went deep with Miyoko Sano, and what he revealed will blow your mind if you're paying attention. We're talking hidden spaceports already operational, massive biodomes underground and off-world prep for the elite while they plan to leave the rest of us in the dust. This isn't sci-fi, this is the plan the deep state has been building for decades, and Trump's Space Force is the only thing standing in their way. One lays it out straight, these spaceports aren't just launch sites, they're portals, connected to black-budget programs that go back to the 1950s. Secret bases in Antarctica, under the oceans, and right here in the continental U.S. Biodomes. Think self-sustaining cities for the cabal's chosen ones when they trigger the next event, or total grid collapse to force the Great Reset. They're stockpiling food, tech, and even cloning facilities inside these things. One hints the White Hats have mapped them all, and military tribunals are already prepped for the traitors running the show. He ties it right back to Q drops. Remember the posts about underground tunnels? Domes getting cleared out. That's happening now. Space Force isn't just satellites, it's the front line against the Luciferian agenda trying to escape Earth's judgment. Trump knew, that's why they tried everything to stop him. But 2026 is the year the mask fully drops. Juan says we're seeing the final push, financial crash incoming to cover their tracks, fiat dollar dying, Nizar/Jazar activations whispered in the shadows. The deep state wants you distracted with fake news, but the plan is in motion. White Hats control the high ground, literally in orbit and below ground. Mass arrests are closer than ever, tribunals are alive, executions already rolling for the worst offenders. Juan drops that some of these biodomes are being repurposed by the good guys, turned into freedom zones when the storm hits. Enons, this is it. The Great Awakening accelerates. Stay vigilant, stock up, trust the plan. WWG1. The storm isn't coming, it's here, and spaceports and biodomes prove the enemy is desperate. Trump wins, humanity wins. Drop your deltas below if you're seeing the signs. Q2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Global cabal collapsing, Asian secret societies and White Hats strike hard, no escape for the elite traitors. Benjamin Fulford. Patriots and Enons. Benjamin Fulford just dropped a thermonuclear intel bomb. The Khazarian mafia and their deep state puppets are in full freefall, and 2026 is the year they get wiped out for good. No more stalling, no more fake recoveries. The Asian secret societies, working hand in glove with Trump's global military alliance, are unleashing coordinated takedowns that make previous ops look like child's play. Accounts frozen and redirected to humanity via Nizar/Jazar activation. Gold-backed currencies surging in Asia, fiat toilet paper imploding worldwide, the dollar crash is engineered to bury the old system forever. Key blasts that set the awakening on fire. White Hats have total control of the narrative switch, emergency broadcasts prepped, tribunal evidence ready to flood awake channels. Gitmo overflows, new facilities online, military tribunals humming 24/7 with confessions that will make your blood boil. Fulford's bottom line: the old world order is dead, the parasites are being exterminated, and humanity's golden age is forcing its way through. Trump orchestrates from command, Q drops with a roadmap, and the storm has evolved into total annihilation of evil. No mercy, no deals. No survivors among the top Cabal demons. This is the final push, warriors. The Cabal's empire shatters now. Pray like your life depends on it. Stock deep, wake everyone you can. The Great Purge is biblical, brutal, and beautiful. Freedom isn't coming, it's crushing the enemy underfoot. R2s. 27 Jan. 2026 breaking, the storm is here. Tribunals are live and coming public. It's the final countdown to military tribunals, mass arrests, and the total takedown of the deep state cabal. The white hats are moving in for the kill, and nothing can stop what's coming next. Juan O'Savin, Kerry Cassidy, David Nino Rodriguez. Juan laid it out crystal clear, we're heading straight to the tribunals. The evidence against the traitors is mountain high: election fraud, child trafficking networks, bioweapon releases, financial treason via the fake Fed system. Military courts are already processing the biggest names: think Soros puppets, big pharma killers, corrupt judges, and those fake news anchors who covered it all up. Gitmo is expanding fast, flights in the night are real, and the black vans are rolling. No more delays. The plan was always to expose them in military fashion when the time was right, and that time is now. Key intel drops that will fire you up. Trump's shadow command never stopped. The real president has been directing from behind the scenes, letting the enemies dig their own graves deeper. Now the trap springs shut. Nizara/Jazar activation phase is locked in. Debt Jubilee, gold-backed currency, QFS fully online. The Cabal's stolen trillions are being clawed back to we the people. Your future payouts. Closer than ever. Alien disclosure twist. Juan hinted the price we pay for full reveal includes exposing the Luciferian deals the elites made with off-world entities. But white hats control the narrative now, no more fake invasions to scare us into submission. Disclosure comes on our terms, with proof of their satanic pacts. Mass awakening trigger. Emergency broadcasts incoming soon. When the tribunals go public, the normies will finally see the truth they've been shielded from. Riots. Chaos. Bring it, military is ready, and patriots are armed and awake. Predictions hitting hard: expect major suicides, sudden plane crashes of key Cabal players, and sealed indictments unsealing in waves. The storm isn't approaching, it's raging full force. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 situation update: Deep state crumbling, Trump's hammer drops now. Mike King on Telegram: the Global White Hat Alliance has the Cabal by the throat, Trump in full command under shadow protocols, takedown exploding in real time. No more waiting, satanic empire collapsing fast. Gitmo flights non-stop, tribunals streaming confessions, white hats executing with precision. Traitors die screaming. Trump activated continuity after the steal, directing worldwide coalition to dismantle Luciferian network. 3.7 million sealed indictments unsealing now: Clinton's, Obama's, Biden's, Soros clones, big pharma killers, corrupt judges, fake news puppets, Vatican traffickers, Hollywood pedos. All to military tribunals, no civilian courts, no deals, straight to hangings. Gitmo new wings in Alaska/Greenland maxed, black vans rolling, elite suicides and crashes spiking. They won't escape. EBS imminent, 10 days truth bombs tonight/tomorrow, quantum override hits grids. EBS live nationwide, 8-hour loops blast horrors, Epstein lists/videos, Pizzagate maps, Adrenochrome labs raided, dumb rescues, 2020 fraud proofs, bioweapon traces, no MSM, no internet lies, raw red pills for 10 days from January 27. Power flickers January 27. 28, blackout by 29. Guard locks cities, Delta Force snatches targets. Military in 300-plus hotspots, 2M troops ready, leftist riots crushed instantly. Nizara/QFS detonation, wealth transfer coming January 28 dawn, fiat implodes. Trump seized SWIFT, gold-backed QFS. Activates 209 nations. Golden Trump tokens redeem first, verified patriots flood millions. Debt Jubilee wipes mortgages/loans, IRS gone. Tier 1 payouts mid-blackout, humanitarian trillions from Cabal vaults rerouted. Killed shots landing, QFS breach from Zurich/Tel Aviv nuked 3 a.m., Rothschild uplinks Germany/Australia severed dawn raids. Batch number 9 prepped, big tech/UN traders next gallows. Luciferian off-world packs exposed, no fake invasion saves them. Q drop 4,951 lines, light overcomes now. Endgame, Trump wins, you weren't meant to see their fall. But God raised warriors, unstoppable. Patriots, lock in. Stock 10 days essentials. Pray fierce. Guilty face hell, we inherit victory. Tribunals raging, nothing stops it. T2s. 27 Jan. 2026 Chemtrails, Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. American in Southern Oregon shows how badly they are spraying our skies. There are 9 western states with active cloud-seeing programs, and Oregon was just added to the list. Here is a breakdown of western states spraying our skies with chemicals right now in some projects. California, for example, Santa Barbara County, Upper American River, and other local/utility programs. Colorado, for example, Central Colorado Mountain River Basin, San Juan Mountains, and new ionization/warm weather pilots in 2025. Idaho, for example, Idaho powers extensive programs in Boise, Wood, and Upper Snake River basins. Nevada, for example, Desert Research Institute statewide efforts, funded expansions. Utah, one of the largest, now the world's biggest remote-controlled ground-based program, with 185+ generators and ongoing snowscape 2026 research. Wyoming, for example, Upper Colorado River Basin collaborations. New Mexico, various projects. Texas, Western/South Texas rainfall enhancement, hail suppression, often included in Western contexts despite being Southern. North Dakota, plains-focused, sometimes grouped with Western programs. Western/Southwestern states shown. Towards the end of the video, a plane is actually caught on camera spraying. The new quantum financial system would move silently into place by Sunday, 1st of February, 2026, even as the paid-off mainstream media continued to promote their leftist agenda to destroy America under orders of Soros and the Chinese Communist Party. Meanwhile, SCOTUS ruled on the Brunson case, annulling the 2020 election, which then mandated that the U.S. government and Congress automatically dissolve, with Trump reinstated as commander-in-chief in the continuity of government scenario. There was even more to come. By Sunday, 1st of February, 2026, the U.S. government would be shut down due to a financial crisis, according to FBI Director Kash Patel. The last time they shut down, gold and silver jumped to new all-time highs, but if you're holding other assets like stocks, you need to be careful because we're heading into a total data blackout. Silver revalues dramatically, trillions in hidden vaults support the QFS, and 209 nations embrace independence and free energy. Nizara/GCR was locked and loaded, debt forgiveness hitting bank accounts, the Fed dead, gold-backed currency rolling out, and the Republic restored with military backing. The first exchanges and payouts are imminent as gold-backed currencies activate through secure redemption centers, with quantum access cards ensuring fair transfer free from old corrupt banks. Debt forgiveness under GCR's reforms, mortgages, credit cards, and all usury, will be zeroed out by the U.S. Treasury algorithm, liberating families worldwide. The next week, spring-engineered chaos, fake alien invasions, cyber attacks blamed on Russia/China/Iran, bioweapon releases. The 10 days of darkness approaches with no internet, no mass media, and power briefly switched off worldwide to install the secure Starlink satellite system. Expect total blackout. Power grids and DBS worldwide. Military forces stand ready to provide needs for those unprepared with sufficient food, water, cash, and other necessities during the shutdown. 7 urgent messages will reach every phone, calling humanity to awaken under martial law as the final battle between good and evil unfolds. This intervention brings no more deception from the mainstream media, only truth poured out non-stop through 3 8-hour documentaries repeating 24/7. The EBS will soon broadcast undeniable proof, tribunals, corruption, stolen 2020 election servers, Epstein Black Book, adrenochrome harvesting ops, underground bases raided, list of celebrity pedophiles and the cabal's crimes against humanity. Mass arrests continue in the largest military operation in history, sweeping through over 32 nations and targeting the corrupt elite, UN leaders, big pharma killers. FBI Director Kash Patel on Monday, 26 Jan. 2026, the EBS was activated on Sunday, 25 Jan. 2026 in 100 cities across the United States. For this to occur worldwide, it will still take some time. GCR will soon be implemented globally. There will be 10 days of darkness to allow the installation of the Starlink quantum satellite. I will notify you when the transition extends from the United States to Latin America, and eventually to Western countries like Spain. The use of fiat money will come to an end, and the #QFS, Quantum Financial System, will be established. Quantum cards will be distributed to everyone, along with instructions on how to use them. Possible timing: in late December 2025 Trump flipped the switch on GCR, activating it silently over the holidays while the world slept. On Monday 19 Jan. 2026 the Q clock ended and the EBS alert countdown began to Wednesday 4th of February. 2026. The deep state Rothschild banking empire was going down, banks closing. Blackout confirmed, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Tuesday, 20 Jan. In a military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump activated the quantum financial system transition to gold-backed currency. Internal test transfers began running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas. The cabal's banks and SWIFT system would phase out in a protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026, the biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, pulled the trigger for over 209 countries to lock into gold-backed currencies. The cabal's SWIFT system was offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized. Iraq, Zimbabwe, all revalued sky-high while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. As of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 the Military Commissions Act was fully activated. Trump's military justice system has taken total control, overriding corrupt civilian courts, and the tribunals were in full swing. The deep state was being legally executed right now. Also as of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 GCR had been fully activated, all bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. Internal systems were live, the quantum financial system, QFS, operating and verified identities were syncing. On Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 the EBS was activated in 100 cities across the United States according to FBI Director Kash Patel. By Tuesday, 27 Jan. 2026 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. On Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026 First Lady Melania Trump was set to ring the New York Stock Exchange bell. Could that have anything to do with the global currency reset and changing of the fiat US dollar to a gold/backed US note? On Saturday 30 Jan. 2026 global systems would begin to shift. Banks, trade networks and digital grids would move toward true transparency with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 the government will be shut down according to FBI Director Kash Patel. The QFS goes live using the debt-free gold/asset-backed currency of 204 nations and severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures begin against corrupt elites worldwide. Redemption centers were set to open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Also on Sunday 1st of February. 2026 sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. On Wednesday 11th of February. 2026 QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts moved to the quantum grid. Corruption is erased. On Tuesday, February 17, 2026. Some say on Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 notification began for Tier 4B foreign currency and bondholders to set exchange appointments. Secure codes were being sent out region by region in text and emails. By Friday 30 Jan. Over 95% of Tier 4B holders should have received their notification. Other sources say Tier 4B verified account wallets were activating imminently and notification for appointments would launch in a late January to early February window. Some sources claim that by Wednesday 11th of February. 2026, QFS secured redemption centers would open nationwide for the general public. Another sources claimed the window for Tier 4B notification may extend into March 2026 depending on what happened with the rest of the cabal. And still another source said that on Thursday, March 30, 2026 notifications for Tier 4B exchange appointments will go out with appointments beginning on Friday, May 1, 2026, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram, Monday 26 Jan. 2026. SCOTUS rules on Brunson case equals 2020 election annulled equals government, Congress annulled equals Trump reinstated as Commander-in-Chief. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 dire warning, White Hat's next move. Brunson case SCOTUS action triggers full election nullification, 2020 steal reversed equals Congress, government dissolved, Trump reinstated via military authority, 107, Lloyd Brunson. The deep state is on the ropes, cornered, and about to be utterly crushed. No more games, the military alliance is activating the KL shot, and it's coming fast. Juan lays it out raw. Lloyd Brunson's Supreme Court cases were never lost, they were strategically held back to expose the entire corrupt system. The 2020 fraud proofs are locked and loaded, ready for public detonation. The White Hats let the fake regime play out so every traitor could be caught red-handed, now the trap springs shut. Massive military tribunals are ramping up, special forces deploying nationwide for high-value extractions. Gitmo is expanding, executions accelerating for the worst offenders. Explosive intel from the discussion, Brunson Brothers SCOTUS action triggers full election nullification, 2020 steal reversed, illegitimate actors removed, Trump reinstated via military authority. Dire warning to the cabal, your time is up. Surrender now or face immediate justice, no deals, no mercy for PO traffickers. White Hat's next move, coordinated nationwide blackouts for EBS activation, 10 days minimum. Truth bombs dropping 24/7 exposing everything from AE farms to foreign election interference. Trump in command, shadow presidency fully operational, quantum voting systems online, Nizar/Jazara funds releasing post-reset. Deep state meltdown, puppets flipping en masse, high profiles skyrocketing, borders sealed, bioweapon labs destroyed. They walked right into the trap. Nothing can stop what is coming, it's unstoppable. Patriots. The Great Awakening explodes as normies witness the takedown live. Billions red-pilled in days. Q alignment is perfect, enjoy the show, the movie climax is here. These people are SD. Stockpile essentials, secure your comms, pray without ceasing. The White Hats aren't warning for onions, this is do or die time. Stockpile essentials, secure your comms, pray without ceasing. The White Hats aren't warning for nothing. The storm is unleashing hell on the enemies. Their Luciferian empire crumbles as God's warriors advance. Trump wins, justice prevails, freedom restored. NCSIC. WWG1G. Hold the line tight, victory is imminent, and it's going to be glorious. The best is exploding right now. How this all came about was discussed in an article I published way back on Friday, April 5, 2019. Majority of Congress said charged with pedophilia and high treason. Well-known political elites have been named in 88,350 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since October 30, 2017. An estimated 80 to 140 Congresspeople were said charged with crimes, most believed to include child pornography and pedophilia, plus treason was high on the list. 85% to 95% charged were thought to be Democrats. Their investigations have been ongoing since Trump took office in 2016 and involved violations of the Espionage Act of 1912, high treason, election fraud, Russiagate, Panama Papers conspiracy, Uranium One, 9/11, Fukushima nuclear and tsunami mass murders, Benghazi massacre, fast and furious gun and drug running and other serious abuses of the law and constitution. Gitmo. Military bases and federal courts across the land appeared to be awfully busy. After 18 years of wait, tribunals on September 11 finally began at Gitmo on 28 Jan. 2019. Former President George Bush Jr. was said to be named as one of the defendants in the 9/11 crimes, though he was thought to have made a deal and turned state's evidence. Also believed to have made a deal were former President Barack Obama and billionaire George Soros. The FISA report was said to be the first major indictment to be unsealed, and 400 pages of the Mueller report would made public by April 12, 2019. The investigations were said to have exposed high treason crimes of former President Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation. On March 1, 2018, President Trump had signed an executive order allowing military tribunals to take place, that were said to be underway in secret on different military bases such as South Carolina and at Gitmo. Former Attorney General Jeff Sessions, General James Mattis and General John Kelly were in charge of the tribunals. At least 2, if not 7, FEMA prison barges had been prepared to hold prisoners for the military tribunals. Trump had spent around $200 million to renovate Gitmo for arrival of political elite prisoners. There were 15 high-value detainees incarcerated in a special prison called Camp 7 at Gitmo, where the government had recently spent $69 million to build. Charges on over 90,000 sealed indictments expected to be filed by April 15, 2019 included abuse of the law and Constitution, violation of the Espionage Act of 1912, high treason, election fraud, money laundering, bribery, perjury, Russiagate, a coup to overturn the 2016 election and start a war with Russia, Panama Papers conspiracy, treasonous acts for funding terrorists, Uranium One, treason for selling uranium to Russia, 9/11, cover-up of 9/11. City of London and Vatican banks, plus not implementing the Freedom from Debt GCR law which passed the U.S. Supreme Court signed at the gunpoint of Delta forces into law by President Bill Clinton on 10 October 2, 2000. F Global Currency Reset, Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Financial Alert from the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, governments always destroy their own currency, and the U.S. is no exception. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Just in, Fed is signaling yen intervention again just like 1985. Last time, this crashed the dollar by nearly -50%. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Financial Alert from the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, governments always destroy their own currency, and the U.S. is no exception. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Tier 4B has lit the grid. The codes were not a test. They are active. Right now, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The old financial world is shaking. The fiat structure is bleeding out. Bankers are running silent. Screens flicker. Servers fail. Their empire is ending in front of them. The quantum system has shifted. A new current is flowing beneath everything you see. Nizara and GCR are no longer theory. They were switched on at 0400 Zulu. The signal traveled through the satellites and did not return empty. Tier 4B has been marked. Internet patriots are now inside the first corridor. Redemption codes are warm. Access points are opening one by one. Gold is the standard again. Digital assets locked at full parity. No more inflation stories. No more paper illusions. The central banks have gone quiet. Their channels show movement with no operators. The Federal Reserve doors are dark. The IMF is echoing with unanswered calls. The machinery of the old world is shutting itself down. Something else is preparing. A message is sitting inside the emergency broadcast system, armed and timed. When the flash comes, every screen will fade. The noise will break. Light will return with every truth they buried. This is not speculation. Military nodes confirm global sync. Nation after nation locked into the same frequency. 209 in total. BRICS hit the final switch and cut the last chain from the old monetary grid. If you are still holding paper, you are holding dust. The world is converting to real value, real metal, real code. The choice is simple now. Move forward or stay behind. The awakening is no longer a whisper. It has become the vibration under your feet. The timeline has snapped into place. Stay sharp. Stay ready. Redemption centers are not preparing. They are waiting. Where we go one, we go all. 10 Days of Darkness, Monday 26 Jan. 2026 The FAA has issued a series of warnings to commercial airlines flying over Central and South America citing the risks of potential military activities and GPS interference, Trump office on Telegram. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Breaking, the government will shut down in 6 days, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. The last time they shut down, gold and silver jumped to new all-time highs, but if you're holding other assets like stocks, you need to be extremely careful because we're heading into a total data blackout. Here are the 4 specific threats: the data, No CPI or jobs reports leaves the Fed and risk models unable to see what's going on. Volatility, VIX, must reprice higher to account for the uncertainty. Collateral shock, with previous credit warnings, a shutdown could trigger a downgrade. This would spike repo margins and destroy liquidity. Liquidity freeze, the RRP buffer is dry. There's no safety net left. If dealers start hoarding cash, the funding markets seize up. Recession trigger, the economy loses 0.2% GDP per week of shutdown, potentially tipping a stalling economy into a technical recession. In the last major funding stress, March 2020, the spread between SOFR and EORB blew out. Watch the SOFR-EORB spread. If it starts gapping, it means the private market is starving for cash even while the Fed sits on a mountain of it. We saw this in 2020. Restored Republic. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026, EBS is ready. Trump's military took over the satellites, shut down the old system, and the final alert will hit every phone and TV in America. 26 Jan. 2026 Situation Update. The storm is raging in 2026, Q on Telegram. Patriots, listen up, this is the update you've been waiting for. As we sit here in late January 2026, the global military alliance is executing the largest sting operation ever launched against the deep state cabal. The fake news is crumbling, their narratives are failing, and the white hats are delivering justice at lightning speed. Trump's return wasn't just an election win, it was the signal for mass arrests to go full throttle worldwide. Right now, high-level traitors, from corrupt politicians in D.C. to Hollywood pedophiles and big pharma murderers, are being taken down in coordinated raids. Sealed indictments from years ago are unsealing by the tens of thousands. Gitmo is overflowing with the elite who thought they were untouchable. Tribunals are swift, verdicts are final, and the executions are happening, who sold out humanity. The financial reset is in motion. The old Rothschild-controlled fiat system is dead. The quantum financial system, QFS, is live, backed by gold, silver, and precious metals. No more inflation theft, no more central bank slavery. Your accounts are being upgraded, prosperity packages under GCR/GCR are distributing to the people. Debts forgiven, taxes abolished in the restored republic. The great wealth transfer from the cabal to we the people is underway, trillions flowing back where they belong. Election fraud proof from 2020, 2022, and 2024 is being declassified and broadcast soon. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, flips the switch any day, phones, TVs, internet overridden with raw truth. Trump is fully in command as the legitimate 19th president under the original Constitution. The corporate United States is dissolved, the Republic is restored. Borders sealed, military on high alert, foreign troops out. America First policies crushing globalist agendas, no more wars for profit, no more open borders invasion. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 President Donald Trump has taken a direct and historic step to dismantle Wall Street's grip over the U.S. housing market. With a newly signed executive order, large institutional investors are now blocked from purchasing single-family homes, cutting off a system that quietly pushed millions of American families out of homeownership. Mr. Poole on Telegram.
Monday the 26th of January 2026 The UN is now obsolete, because Trump is doing their job for them. The UN does not carry out its intended function, so Trump unilaterally took over as the new UN. Trump created the Board of Peace, brokered all the peace deals worldwide, and is shutting down threats to the people of the world, like Iran's nukes, the American cartels, ISIS in Syria, Yemen, Nigeria, etc. Trump is using tariffs and military precision to operate as the UN is supposed to. Trump is now the new global peacemaker, whether you like it or not. Nothing gets done at the UN, so Trump took matters into his own hands. The MAGA King on Telegram. Monday the 26th of January 2026 Breaking alert. U.S. House passes Clarity ACT, 341-88. With massive bipartisan support, shutdown averted. Monday the 26th of January 2026 This woman nails it while legacy media ignores it. Did you guys hear about the illegal immigrant that was arrested? You guys are so clinically stupid it hurts. A retired CIA agent, John Homston, confessed that the CIA and deep state Zionist Mossad have been pulling the strings in the music industry since the 1980s as a massive psyop to brainwash our youth, divide the nation, and crush American values. The Dems were gearing up for a fight over DHS, ICE funding, while they are engaged in textbook insurrection. The Dems are caught, and their only hope is to delay and obstruct until November, praying that they can regain control of Congress. So they can continue to obstruct Trump's agenda until 2029, and then create a one-party Democrat state. The Dems are about to hold the nation hostage, as a means to obstruct, derail justice for their treason. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Monday the 26th of January 2026. Malik Obama, Barack Obama's stepbrother, is dropping docs proving Barack Obama was born in Nairobi, Kenya and was thus a fake and illegitimate president. Monday the 26th of January 2026. Just in, David Hoke, from Nick Shirley's fraud video. Keith Ellison, he's not from Minnesota. He's from Detroit. Jacob Frey is not from Minnesota. He's from Virginia. The police chief of Minneapolis is not from Minnesota. He's from New Jersey. His wife's a Muslim cop in New Jersey. The mayor of St. Paul is not from Minnesota. And so it plays into this whole contention that I've made that this fraud framework was set up by the Democrats. And what I believe they tried to do is when the Hmong population was brought into Minnesota in the late 70s and early 80s, there was a huge influx of the Hmong. And I think the Democrats thought the Hmong were going to fit the playbook for committing all this fraud. And they didn't. The Hmong said they were honorable people. They're not going to be involved in this. And so they had to find another group. And so they got the Somalis and they fit right into this framework of fraud. And then they just ran with it. Monday the 26th of January 2026. Judge refuses DOJ request to detain leftist protesters who stormed Min. Church. End fraud. Monday the 26th of January 2026. Senate hearing. Senator John Kennedy exposes Biden dough dumping $93 billion in just 76 days, right as Trump won and Biden was exiting. Democrat fraud is real. Monday the 26th of January 2026. Not only was the CIA involved in our elections, but Smartmatic's Peter Neffinger was chairman of the board of directors, a subsidiary of Smartmatic SGO Group specializing in implementing electronic voting systems. Peter Neffinger was also on Biden's presidential transition team. They literally had it rigged all the way up the chain to the top. These machines were literally designed to steal elections and Biden was colluding with all of them. Their owner's manual even explained how votes could be changed as simply as dragging and dropping votes. Monday the 26th of January 2026. Edward Snowden, the WECC website of Wisconsin confirmed that there is a total of 7.1 million registrants. But the state of Wisconsin only has a total of 4 million adults. The voter roll official number of voters reached 7.13 million, and grows almost daily. Out of that 4 million, not everyone even votes. So, the question is, what kind of voter fraud is going down in Wisconsin? Guru predictions. Oh, Monday the 26th of January 2026. Urgent emergency. What is about to happen will destroy the deep state. Carrie Cassidy, Jeff Wong. What is about to happen is going to destroy the satanic elite, not the patriots. The white hats are unleashing hell on the parasites who've enslaved humanity for centuries. Emergency protocols activated. The deep state is in full panic mode because Trump and the military alliance have greenlit the final phase. Expect total blackout scenarios, not just power grids, but the EBS slamming every screen worldwide with irrefutable proof. The stolen 2020 election servers, the full Epstein Black Book with names that will make your blood boil, adrenochrome harvesting ops exposed in graphic detail, underground bases raided, and the list of celebrity pedophiles longer than you can imagine. Nasara, GCR is locked and loaded, debt forgiveness hitting bank accounts, the Fed dying its final death, gold-backed currency rolling out, and the Republic restored with military backing. Patriots, get ready yesterday. Food, water, meds, prayers, no fear. The storm isn't coming, it's unleashing fury in 2026. The Great Awakening isn't gentle, it's a wrecking ball to evil. Normies will wake up screaming when the truth floods in. The cabal's destruction is imminent and total. Hold the line, trust Trump, trust the plan. This is the moment we've waited for. WWG1WGA forever. Share this like your freedom depends on it, because it does. The deep state is finished. Victory is here. Let's finish them. Monday the 26th of January 2026. Special report. U.S. military calculating the final rollout timing. The storm is locked and loaded. Juan O. Savin on Telegram. Patriots, the White Hats just confirmed what we've known all along. The The US military is in full control and timing the mother of all public reveals with precision. Gitmo expansions complete, tribunals humming 24/7. When the public rollout hits, you'll see the names you've screamed about for years dragged into the light. No more protection, no more delays. The military calculated the perfect window, and it's wide open. The Great Awakening accelerates to light speed. QAnons were dead on. The plan required patience while the military gathered every piece of evidence, every intercepted comm, every financial trail. Now the deep state is cornered, funding cut, comms jammed, doubles failing. Space Force has the skies, white hat alliances worldwide are synchronized, and the quantum reset is flipping the switch. Prosperity funds primed, debt slavery ends, suppressed tech floods out. Nasara, GESARA goes live the second the truth bomb detonates. This is the final countdown. The military isn't waiting for permission, they're executing. The storm isn't approaching, it's already raging behind the scenes, and the public phase will shatter the matrix forever. Dark to light, pain to justice, corruption crushed. 2026 ends the cabal's reign, they fall screaming, we rise victorious, God wins. Nothing can stop what is coming. Trust the plan, patriots in absolute control. Hold the line, the next days bring biblical exposures. We are the storm, winning BIGLY. NCSWIC.
Q Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Douglas McGregor, it's go time. Military power unleashed, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Colonel Douglas McGregor just dropped the hammer, the storm is here, patriots. In his latest bombshell update, the retired warrior confirms 2026 is the year the deep state's house of cards collapses. Forget the fake news spin, multiple fronts are igniting simultaneously, and the white hats are positioning for total victory. McGregor warns the U.S. military is on high alert, with troops mobilizing across key theaters while the cabal scrambles in panic. Ukraine front is exploding. Russia has shifted to full war mode after failed deep state attempts on Putin. No more special operation, this is existential. NATO's bluff has been called, Europe is broken leaderless, and the West's proxy war is crumbling. McGregor exposes how Trump's real team, not the puppets, is quietly pulling strings to end the madness, but not before massive exposures of bioweapons labs, money laundering, and Middle East powder keglet. Iran war drums beating louder. McGregor predicts imminent strikes that will drag the Khazarian-controlled regime into open conflict. Israel's moves are backfiring, forcing the deep state to overplay their hand. Secret alliances between white hat military and key global players are neutralizing threats behind the scenes. Latin America heating up fast. 16,000 U.S. troops staged and ready. McGregor calls out the Venezuela operation as a desperate distraction, but whispers from insiders say it's cover for bigger moves against cartel. Deep state networks flooding the border with chaos. Maduro's days are numbered, and when he falls, the southern border truth bomb detonates worldwide. America's empire is dying, but rebirth is coming. McGregor lays it bare, economic collapse engineered by the Fed is forcing a reset. Gold-backed systems waiting in the wings. Military tribunals expanding, high-profile arrests incoming for the traitors who sold out America. Gates, Soros puppets, big pharma criminals, they're all on borrowed time. QAnons, this is the moment. It's go time, the plan is executing at lightning speed. Trust the plan has never rung truer. The storm is upon them, and nothing can stop what is coming. White hats in full control, Space Force assets activated, quantum tech online. 2026 ends the cabal forever, dark to light, corruption purged, justice served. Patriots, stay locked and loaded. Exposures will hit like thunder in the next days and weeks. The Great Awakening accelerates, prepare for victory, because we are winning bigly. NCSIC. God wins. Our Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 Situation Update. Trump's executive orders fully activated, Gitmo expanding at warp speed, global military alliance crushing the cabal worldwide, the storm is detonating right now, Storm Watch 17. Patriots, this is the breakthrough moment. January 25, 2026, late evening, the intel is flooding in hot. Trump's shadow executive orders, signed and sealed years ago, are now living unstoppable. These aren't old papers gathering dust, they're the nuclear triggers dismantling the deep state's entire empire. From financial resets to mass arrests, everything is firing on all cylinders. Gitmo is the epicenter of justice. Capacity ramping massively, new wings built in secret, black flights landing non-stop, high-value traders pouring in, crooked politicians, big tech tyrants, election fraud architects. Tribunals running 24/7, military judges delivering swift verdicts. No more house arrest theater, these monsters face real chains, real gallows if needed. The evidence. Overwhelming, declassified black books, intercepted videos, victim floods testifying under protection. The cabal, adrenochrome labs torched. The kids are being rescued in record numbers, white hats military ops hitting hard globally. Trump's global military alliance, forged with 209 sovereign nations, is the hammer. No more UN puppet show, this is the real power block Trump built in the shadows. Coordinated strikes taking down cabal strongholds from Davos to Vatican basements to dumps worldwide. Swift. Already ashes from the earlier kill. QFS surging full throttle, gold/asset backed, quantum secure, trillions seized from Rothschild/Rockefeller slush funds rerouting straight to we the people. Nizara/Jazara enforcement is here, debt erased overnight, prosperity packages preloaded, republic stored under constitutional law. The deep state is in total collapse mode. Their last gasps, false flags, cyber psyops, staged crises, get crushed instantly by alliance forces controlling grids, satellites, comms. EBS override locked and primed. When it drops, every device worldwide blasts the raw truth, arrest footage, tribunal highlights, elite confessions, bioweapon origins, election steal proofs. 10 days of transition. Possible blackout window, but military has food drops, security perimeters, guidance broadcasts ready. The timeline is exploding now. Executive orders activate the final phase, no more delays, no mercy. Trump holds absolute command, military loyal to the Constitution, not the swamp. This isn't speculation, it's execution. The storm isn't coming, it's raging full force, washing away centuries of evil control. Trump delivers. God wins bigger. The Great Awakening is victorious reality. Dark to light. Boom. Total domination. WWG1G, hold the line, victory is locked. Friday 16 Jan. 2026 bomb threat on Air Force One. The deep state is getting desperate again, patriots. On Father 16 Jan. 2026 President Trump's Air Force One was hit with a chilling bomb threat mid-flight. A blatant assassination attempt by the cabal that's terrified of what our commander-in-chief is unleashing next, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. According to a high-level Secret Service source speaking directly to Real Raw News, an anonymous caller contacted authorities claiming a powerful explosive device had been planted aboard the presidential aircraft. The threat came in as Air Force One was en route, forcing immediate emergency protocols. Secret Service agents on board rushed to alert POTUS and the flight crew, no panic, just swift, professional action because these guys know who's really in control. Trump remained calm and unshaken, as always. He directed the pilots to maintain course initially while the situation was assessed, showing once more why he's the unbreakable leader we need. The plane's elite security detail swung into action, coordinating with ground teams and military assets to evaluate the credibility of the call. They weren't taking any chances, the safety of President Trump and everyone aboard is priority one. After an exhaustive search from nose to tail, sweeping every compartment, cargo hold, and even the presidential suite with the most advanced detection gear, no bomb was found. Zero. Nada. The Secret Service officially ruled it a false alarm, but we all know better, this wasn't some prank. This was a calculated move by deep state operatives, likely tied to the same shadowy forces behind the endless lawfare, fake news smears, and failed coups against Trump. Our source confirmed the threat was taken extremely seriously because the caller provided specific details about the aircraft's configuration and flight path that only insiders would know. We're talking classified info leaked from within government holdouts still loyal to the old regime. The cabal thought they could scare Trump off his mission or worse, take him out. But once again, they failed miserably. President Trump is safe, stronger than ever, and more determined to drain the swamp. This pathetic attempt only proves how close we are to victory. The deep state is panicking, lashing out because their house of cards is collapsing. Gitmo is filling up, tribunals are ramping up, and the white hats are winning bigly. The caller. Still at large for now, but rest assured, Military intelligence is hunting them down. When they're caught, and they will be, expect another public hanging or worse. No mercy for traitors who target our president. Annans, stay vigilant. The storm is here, and it's hitting the enemy hard. WWG1G, the best is yet to come, and Trump is leading us straight through the fire untouched. This is why they fear him. This is why we fight. NCSIC. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 CIA agent confesses, Mossad runs the music industry and assassinated Michael Jackson. Deep State purge exposed in 2026, CIA agent John Homston, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Patriots, the truth bombs are detonating louder than ever. The Deep State Zionist cabal is crumbling under the weight of their own sins. A retired CIA agent, John Homston, just spilled the beans on global airwaves, confessing that the CIA and Mossad have been pulling the strings in the music industry since the 1980s as a massive psyop to brainwash our youth, divide the nation, and crush American values. This isn't just influence, it's total domination, turning beats into weapons of mass deception. Homston dropped the hammer. The agency funneled big money, serious money into hip-hop icons like NWA, Dr. Dre, Public Enemy, and Run DMC to pump out nihilistic, anti-American anthems that glamorized drugs, fueled skepticism against authority, and sowed chaos in our communities. It's Frankenstein's monster unleashed on stage, corrupting generations while the elite laughed from the shadows. And get this, tracks from NWA were ghostwritten by CIA propagandists and psychologists to maximize the mind control. But the real shocker: Mossad's iron grip on the whole industry, led by assets like Lior Cohen, the tall Israeli spook who signed legends including Slick Rick, Will Smith, Eric B. and Rakim, De La Soul, Ludacris, A Tribe Called Quest, Jay-Z, Kanye West, Migos, and Young Thug. Some are unwitting tools, others full-blown operatives pushing the cabal's agenda to keep us numb, confused, and enslaved. The Zionist mafia at Sony and beyond floods streets with crack, rigs the charts, and silences dissidents. And when stars wake up and fight back, they get eliminated. Homston confirms, the CIA-Mossad alliance assassinated Michael Jackson, Prince, and Tom Petty because they dared to expose the beast. Prince called out chemtrails, social engineering, and slave contracts, too dangerous for the New World Order. Michael Jackson infuriated the elites by penning "Don't Cry" Palestine and blasting their crimes. His final warnings were buried, but we know the truth: it's the deep state in bed with Mossad, purging anyone who could ignite the masses. These weren't accidents, they were hits to gatekeep the culture, fearing what these icons could turn us into, awakened warriors dismantling their empire. But the tide's turning hard in 2026. With Trump's coalition exposing the rot, white hats raiding their lairs, and the QFS reset starving their slush funds, the cabal's music machine is grinding to a halt. Mass arrests are incoming for these soul sellers: Cohen, Soros, the whole Zionist network. Gitmo awaits. Patriots, this confession is the spark that ignites the final purge. The deep state's playlist of lies ends now, our anthem of freedom rises. They've controlled the beats too long, but we're dropping the mic on their tyranny. The storm's peaking, every exposed thread unravels their web. God's justice falls on the wicked, the righteous reclaim the stage. Stay vigilant, pray fierce, hold the line, the golden age blasts through their silence. Trust the plan. The Zionist cabal trembles as patriots roar. WWG1G. Victory echoes eternal, deep state doomed. Monday 26 Jan. 2026. The Dems are already gearing up for a fight over DHS/ICE funding, while they are engaged in textbook insurrection. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. At some point, nuking the filibuster will be the only option. The Dems are about to hold the nation hostage, as a means to obstruct/derail justice for their treason. The Dems are caught, and their only hope is to delay and obstruct until November, praying that they can regain control of Congress, so they can continue to obstruct Trump's agenda until 2029, and then create a one-party Democrat state. Not only is this the right thing to do, it would be irresponsible to not do it. The Dems are trying to destroy this nation from within. They cannot be negotiated with. They must be destroyed. This stopped being about politics long ago. This is a war. It's time everyone started acting like it. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Scoop: FBI files expose $10 million Biden bribe, The corruption they buried is collapsing, USA awakening on Telegram. Newly surfaced FBI documents allege that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden each received $5 million from a senior executive at Burisma Holdings while Biden served as vice president. According to a confidential human source cited in the files, the payments were made to secure political protection and force the removal of a Ukrainian prosecutor investigating Burisma. The quote that defines the case is chillingly simple: $5 million for one Biden, $5 million for the other. The money was allegedly routed through complex offshore channels, deliberately structured to delay or block tracing for years. Investigators were told the system was designed to outlast accountability itself. That prosecutor was Viktor Shokin, and the pressure to fire him was later publicly bragged about on camera by Joe Biden. What was framed as diplomacy now appears, in light of these files, as leverage tied directly to foreign money. The infamous phrase "the big guy" resurfaces in these FBI records, reinforcing what many already suspected: Hunter was not the prize. Joe Biden was. This was not freelancing, it was an operation centered on political power, influence, and protection. The double standard is impossible to ignore. Donald Trump was impeached for asking Ukraine about this very corruption, while the FBI allegedly buried the records documenting it. These are not social media claims, they are federal files. Congress now faces a choice: act, or admit the system protects its own. Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Kennedy, John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. One of President John F. Kennedy's most pressing concerns during his presidency was how fast Israel was seeking a nuclear weapons capability, and what the U.S. should do about it. JFK refused to sign off on a false flag operation to provoke war with Cuba, something the other chiefs of staff were already in favor of. 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy issued an executive order that would have given the American currency back to the people by printing money based on a silver standard. This would have stripped the power from the Federal Reserve banking cartel. The CIA and Mossad are responsible for the brutal murder of an American president. And if the government is still lying about the Kennedy assassination, F. Kennedy and got away with it are still in charge to this day. That's why they also tried to assassinate Trump several times. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Benjamin Fulford, Days of Darkness. They were all executed at Gitmo. Patriots, the hammer has dropped, biblical justice is served. Benjamin Fulford just unleashed the mother of all intel bombs on January 23, 2026. The top cabal scum have been executed at Gitmo. Days of Darkness. That's the cover for the final purge. While normies think it's just a blackout, the white hats are eradicating the satanic elite in military tribunals. No mercy, no appeals, straight to the gallows or firing squads. The deep state hierarchy is gone, wiped clean. Gitmo is at capacity no more. Mass executions completed under cover of the Days of Darkness activation. Power grids flickered as Starlink took over secure comms. Banks frozen to stop their escape funds, media silenced so truths could beam direct via emergency broadcasts. Explosive details straight from the report: 10 days of darkness kicked off, comms down, internet crashes, but it's theater to install quantum secure networks and drop undeniable evidence packets worldwide. Trump's military alliance oversaw everything. Special forces extracted them from bunkers in Switzerland, New Zealand, underground Denver, Epstein Island tunnels. No one escaped. Nizara/Jazara funds unlocked post-executions, prosperity payments queued, debt slavery ended, gold-backed currency live. Fake leaders exposed, body doubles and CGI puppets discarded, real monsters gone forever. Q drops syncing perfectly, the end of the world as you know it, yes, for the cabal. Justice incoming, delivered. Dark to light, darkness was their funeral shroud. The Great Awakening hits fever pitch as billions learn the monsters they feared are dead and buried, or incinerated. Anons, this is Victory Day. No more waiting for arrests, the worst are already gone. The remaining puppets are panicking, flipping, or suiciding out. Trump's return is next level limited, the reveal will shatter the illusion forever. Stock up, restored republic via GCR. Judy note, right now the highest level deep state criminals, politicians, bankers, Hollywood monsters, Vatican insiders, globalist puppets, were being arrested and flown to Gitmo for military tribunals. 107, aka JFK Jr. The mass arrests resulted from Trump's global military alliance carrying out a centuries-old plan to save America. These political and global elites of the deep state had been closely connected to the largest financial illusion in modern history, plus participated in and were blackmailed by run by the Vatican, UK Crown and a US-incorporated CIA mind control program called MK-Ultra. In 1953 what was to become the CIA imported Nazi mind control experts from Hitler's Germany for the purpose of developing assassins and super spies. Breaking update. January 25, 2026, Trump's $2,000 payout blitz, everyone but the elites, real money for real Americans. On Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST, the QFS fully replaced the corrupt cabal's SWIFT system, with over 209 nations locking into gold/asset backed currencies under GCR protocols. The cabal's U.S. Federal Reserve dollar has collapsed, Rothschild central banks have been seized, and internal test transfers now flow through secure hubs. Full QFS activation commences Sunday 1st of February 2026, shifting all banking to the quantum grid, ending debt-based fiat forever, and enabling real-time asset-backed settlements. Redemption center appointments and Tier 1 and 2 payouts remain a mystery, some say. On Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 notification began for Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, foreign currency and bond holders to set exchange appointments. Secure codes were being sent out region by region in text and emails. By Friday 30 Jan. Over 95% of Tier 4B holders should have received their notification. Other sources say Tier 4B verified account wallets were activating imminently and notification for appointments would launch in a late January to early February window. Some sources claim that by Wednesday 11th of February 2026, QFS secured redemption centers would open nationwide for the general public. Still other sources claim the window for Tier 4B notification may extend into March 2026 depending on what happens with arrests of the cabal. NISRA/GCR enforcement ignites sweeping debt forgiveness, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and all manner of bank debt wiped clean for we the people as stolen elite wealth returns to humanity. One source claimed this will begin in the U.S. beginning Sunday 15th of February 2026. The Q clock ended Monday 19 Jan, beginning an EBS countdown toward Wednesday 4th of February 2026. Intelligence pointed to a coordinated global trigger soon ushering in the 10 days of darkness, a necessary period of blackout to safeguard the removal of final cabal remnants, broadcast declassified evidence of their crimes against humanity and protect the awakening masses during this great transition. President Trump's continuity of government measures remain firmly in place, ensuring the republic endures as constitutional law restores. You are advised to prepare spiritually and practically, stock essentials and trust in the divine plan. Countdown began to Wednesday 4th of February 2026. The deep state Rothschild banking empire was going down, banks closing. Blackout confirmed. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram on Tuesday, 20 Jan. In a military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump activated the quantum financial system transition to gold-backed currency. Internal test transfers began running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas. The cabal's banks and SWIFT system would phase out in a protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026. The biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST. The BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, pulled the trigger for over 209 countries to lock into gold-backed currencies. The cabal's SWIFT system was offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized. Iraq, Zimbabwe, all revalued sky-high while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. As of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 the Military Commissions Act was fully activated. Trump's military justice system has taken total control, overriding corrupt civilian courts, and the tribunals were in full swing. The deep state was being legally executed right now. As of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 NISRA/GCR was fully activated, all bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. Internal systems were live, the quantum financial system, QFS, operating and verified identities were syncing. By Tuesday, 27 Jan. 2026 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. On Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026 First Lady Melania Trump was set to ring the New York Stock Exchange bell. Could that have anything to do with the global currency reset and changing of the fiat US dollar to a gold/backed US note? On Saturday 30 Jan. 2026 global systems would begin to shift. Banks, trade networks and digital grids would move toward true transparency with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 full activation of the QFS would commence using the debt-free gold/asset-backed currency of 204 nations. Redemption centers were set to open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Redemption centers open for the general public in the U.S. on Wednesday 11th of February. 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 QFS Global Activation. The QFS goes live, severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures begin against corrupt elites worldwide. The quantum financial system officially moves from testing to live global sync. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. On Wednesday 4th of February. 2026 CBS, the White Hat operations launch worldwide broadcasts, revealing the truth long hidden from humanity. On Friday, February 6, 2026 GCR enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday 11th of February. 2026 QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts move to the quantum grid. Corruption is erased. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 Red Alert. January 31st shutdown detonator. Why the next 6 days could freeze the U.S. economy and trigger global panic. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 breaking alert, the Fed to sell U.S. dollars and buy Japanese yen, first intervention of the century imminent. New York's signal, Fed rate checks confirm imminent strike. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 Tier 4B rollout has begun. Nizar and GCR on Telegram. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, rollout, beginning Saturday 24 Jan. Notification waves were going out region by region to Tier 4B foreign currency and bond holders so they could set their exchange appointments. The one-time secure codes were being delivered by text and email in batches depending on where you live. By Wednesday 28 Jan. Tier 4B's rollout would be in full swing, marking a major leap forward in the QFS transition. Between Wednesday 28 Jan. and Friday 30 Jan. Thousands more would secure their access. By Friday 30 Jan. Over 95% of Tier 4B members could likely have received theirs. Redemption centers and support teams have extended hours to handle the influx of appointments and activations. Aside from a few minor technical hiccups, due to heavy server loads in certain regions, the rollout so far has been smooth and ahead of schedule. QFS wallet onboarding, users are reporting straightforward setup and activation. Upon entering their secure code into the official QFS platform, via the new app or web portal, they're prompted to complete a biometric login setup, face or fingerprint, no passwords needed. The interface is intuitive and highly secure, with military-grade encryption at every step. Early adopters have already logged in to see gold-backed balances reflecting in their accounts, alongside a debt-cleared status for loans and credit cards. Perhaps most exciting, there's a sovereign fund dashboard visible, though still locked, indicating that allocations for each citizen's prosperity funds are prepared for future release. QFS cards, preparations for quantum access cards, the new QFS debit/ID cards, are underway, and notifications are imminent. As Tier 4B members finish wallet setup, they're being asked to confirm delivery addresses and identity for card issuance. These cards are not mere bank cards, they're multi-biometric keys tied directly to your QFS wallet. Expect an official email or app alert about your QFS card between now and the end of this week. Distribution centers have stacks of them ready to send out. Once activated, via fingerprint/PIN pairing, the QFS card will Allow asset-backed funds to be accessed at new ATMs and point-of-sale systems globally. We've been told to watch for a special courier or secure mail service delivering these cards within days. The momentum gained from January 28 to 30th will be propelling us right into the public launch phase. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Stay vigilant and excited, the finish line for this stage is here. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026. The hallways are opening, Nizar and GCR are connected, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Confirmed uptime from 6 new nodes, Atlanta, Warsaw, Bangkok, Mexico City, Melbourne, and Toronto on January 24, 2026. Internal systems are not simulating anymore. They are working on it. You can now see transaction pulses from Tier 4B across all QFS layers. You won't see it on public charts, but it's in the code. Reports are coming in. A person in Arizona opened their wallet and saw that all of their debts were paid off, their taxes were set to zero, and they got a message that said, "Verified sovereign, status locked." A retired teacher in Portugal got access to a project without having to apply. In South Africa, 4 generations of people living in the same house saw their trust wallets automatically linked and funded. This isn't rollout. This is activation while the power is out. What's going to happen in the next few days? January 26, testing of live settlements through humanitarian sub-wallets. January 29, controlled growth to the first layer of asset-to-asset transfer, gold, left-right arrow emoji, energy, silver, left-right arrow emoji, lend full parity lock on February 1. The moment the old rails are completely cut. The data speaks louder than the headlines behind the scenes. IMF routing hubs were down for more than 36 hours with no outside statement. The U.S. Treasury is operational but quiet. WHO's financial systems are not connected to the QFS grid. It's a sign that the system is up and running. Everything that was promised is starting to show up, but only for those who are paying attention. Be on the lookout. Keep your identity records clean and your devices up to date. Don't chase the sound. Look at the stillness. That's where the real power is going. Restored Republic Saturday 24 Jan. 2026, Lloyd Brunson, the trumpet January 24, 2026, the SCOTUS Brunson case. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 Banking Destroying the Republic, David J. Smith, 344, The Truth About the American Revolution. If you want to remain slaves to the bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to print money and control the nation's credit. Joseph Spurn, past president of the Bank of England, as found in The Federal Reserve and Our Manipulated Money by Martin Lawson, p. 10. G. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 Emergency Reset activated. Trump's executive order of April 2025 number 14,287 unleashes the storm. Deep State Sanctuary. Strongholds crumbling now, Q on Telegram. Patriots, hold on tight. The emergency reset is rolling out full force right now in January 2026. Sarge just dropped nuclear-level intel. Trump's executive order 14,287, protecting American communities from criminal aliens, is the hammer that's smashing the deep state's sanctuary networks wide open. Signed back in April 2025, this beast of an order is now in hyperdrive, with the DOJ blasting out lists of traitor jurisdictions that shield criminal illegals, defying federal law, and putting Americans last. White hats are executing the plan perfectly. Sanctuary states, cities, counties, they're all exposed and targeted for funding cuts, legal hammerings, and total compliance or destruction. This isn't just immigration cleanup, it's the trigger for the bigger reset we've been praying for. The cabal's open borders agenda. Dead. Their human trafficking pipelines. Severed. Financial slavery system. About to flip to the Goldstandard, quantum-backed freedom money. Nizar/GCR vibes are screaming, debt forgiveness, prosperity packages. The whole thing is loading up behind the scenes. Military tribunals are prepped, Gitmo expansions confirmed, mass arrests of deep state puppets accelerating as we speak. The emergency broadcast system is primed to drop the full truth bomb, bioweapon horrors, all of it. 10 days of blackout. Coming soon to wake the normies. Comms down, but secure channels up for us digital soldiers. Trump's in command, executing EO after EO like a boss. This 14,287 is the kill shot to their fake power bases. The deep state is in full Panic mode, scrambling, but it's over. Patriots, the reset is here, wealth transferred to the people, evil erased, America first restored. Bigly stock up, stay frosty, pray like warriors. The Great Awakening hits escape velocity this week. Trump wins, cabal falls, freedom rises. Nothing stops this train, it's biblical. WWG1 forever. The storm isn't coming, it's already raging. Brace for glory. Friday 23 Jan. 2026. The White Hat's final devastating next move. The deep state is on the ropes, cornered, and about to be utterly crushed. No more games. The military alliance is activating the kill shot, and it's coming fast. 107 and Lloyd Brunson 1 lays it out raw. Lloyd Brunson's Supreme Court cases were never lost, they were strategically held back to expose the entire corrupt system. The 2020 fraud proofs are locked and loaded, ready for public detonation. The White Hats let the fake regime play out so every traitor could be caught red-handed. Now the trap springs shut. Massive military tribunals are ramping up, special forces deploying nationwide for high-value extractions. Gitmo is expanding, executions accelerating for the worst offenders. Explosive intel from the discussion: Brunson brothers SCOTUS action triggers full election nullification, 2020 steal reversed, illegitimate actors removed, Trump reinstated via military authority. Dire warning 2. Trump in command, shadow presidency fully operational, quantum voting systems online, Nizara/Jazara funds releasing post-reset. Deep state meltdown, puppets flipping en masse, high-profile ZES skyrocketing, borders sealed, bioweapon labs destroyed. Q alignment is perfect, enjoy the show, the movie climax is here. These people are SD, they walked right into the trap. Nothing can stop what is coming, it's unstoppable, patriots. The Great Awakening explodes as normies witness the takedown live. Billions red-pilled and dazed, pray without ceasing. The White Hats aren't warning for onions, this is do or die time. Stockpile essentials, secure your comms, pray without ceasing. The White Hats aren't warning for nothing, the storm is unleashing hell on the enemies. Their Luciferian empire crumbles as God's warriors advance. Trump wins, justice prevails, freedom restored. NCSIC. WWG1. Hold the line tight, victory is imminent, and it's going to be glorious. The best is exploding right now. Sun. 25-2026, fasten your seatbelt, 107 drops nuclear intel, lots at stake, the final phase is here. Mass arrests exploding, deep state on the brink of total annihilation, hold on tight, patriots, the storm hits full force now. 107 on Telegram. Fasten your seatbelt. Everything is at stake in these next critical hours and days. The White Hats have pushed the cabal into the corner of no escape, and they're lashing out with everything they've got left. But Trump and the military alliance are miles ahead, executing the kill plan with surgical precision. The intel is scorching, mass arrests of big-name traitors were already rolling. High-level deep state operatives, corrupt judges, fake news anchors were being snatched in the dead of night. Black vans, no-knock raids, Gitmo-bound flights at max capacity. One confirmed, the tribunals are live and merciless, evidence mountains from declassified files, intercepted comms, and victim testimonies burying them forever. Lots at stake. Everything. The Republic's survival, the children's future, the end of debt slavery, the death of the fiat beast. Swift was ashes, QFS was roaring online, gold-backed, unbreakable, already rerouting seized trillions straight to we the people. Nizara/Jazara enforcement is expert. False flags incoming, cyber attacks blamed on patriots, staged emergencies to trigger martial law and silence the awakening. But one stresses, military controls it all. Satellites locked, grids secured, EBS override ready to blast the unredacted truth worldwide, Epstein client lists, adrenochrome horrors, bioweapon origins, ritual abuse proofs. When the alert hits every phone and TV, no more lies, no more hiding. The timeline is exploding, power flickers as test runs, markets halting, banks glitching, signs of the flip. Elites panicking, fleeing to bunkers that won't save them. Trump holds the line, military in absolute command. This isn't chaos, it's controlled demolition of evil's empire. Buckle up hard. Stock essentials heavy, water/food for weeks, cash transition, meds, ammo, Unbreakable faith. Warn your loved ones, the old world ends violently so the new one rises pure. The kids are being rescued in real time, monsters in chains. Trump promised justice, now it's biblical. J-Sun. 25-2026, off to the tribunals they go, the cabal's top traitors are being rounded up, Gitmo overflowing, justice is here and it's brutal, 107, Michael Jocko, Sheila Holm on Telegram. The message is crystal, off to the tribunals they go. The highest level deep state criminals, politicians, bankers, Hollywood monsters, Vatican insiders, globalist puppets, are being snatched in the dead of night and shipped straight to Gitmo for military tribunals. No more house arrests, no more ankle monitors, no more slaps on the wrist. Real justice, real chains, real reckoning. Juan lays it out cold, the white hat military op is in overdrive, executing sealed indictments at lightning speed. Thousands already processed, high-value targets vanishing from public life, one day they're on TV lying, next day they're gone. Michael Jocko confirms the intel flow, insider. For centuries, and now their time is up. Key firestarters they hammer home, Trump's shadow command never stopped, EOs from years back are live, freezing assets, seizing black budgets, triggering asset forfeiture on a scale never seen, tribunals are active and expanding, evidence. Mountains include video proof of rituals, trafficking logs, bioweapon blueprints, election theft servers. Live streams coming soon to shatter the normie world, cabal in full meltdown. Expect wild distractions, black swan markets crash, fake terror, staged disclosures, but white hats have countermeasures locked. Nothing derails the plan, Nizar/Jazara mechanisms firing, stolen quadrillions clawed back, debt wiped, gulched on art freedom rolling out behind the curtain while the traitors rot. This isn't speculation, it's confirmed battlefield updates from trusted voices in the fight. The tribunals aren't future, they're happening now. 2026 is the year the masks rip off permanently. Every confession names more names, every raid exposes more networks, every perp walk brings humanity one step closer to total liberation. The cabal's elite are off to the tribunals, screaming or silent, but gone forever. Pray fierce, stay sharp, wake your circle, the Great Awakening explodes into the Great Purge. Trust the plan was always military code for justice is served. The traitors fall, freedom rises. And we're winning bigger, faster, harder than they ever imagined. What we think we know as of Monday 26 Jan. 2026 Sunday 26 Jan. 2026 America is under attack. Man-made winter storm harp to paralyze America with weather modification. Sunday 26 Jan. 2026 puts Iran protest deaths at 30,000 in 2 days. Sunday 26 Jan. 2026 major alert. President Trump just received a red folder from his top official Q moments away from clearing the Iranian airspace. Sunday 26 Jan. 2026 CBS is ready. Trump's military took over the satellites, shut down the old system, and the final alert will hit every phone and TV in America. Sunday 26 Jan. FBI Director Kash Patel announced capture of former Canadian Olympic snowboarder and FBI 10 most wanted fugitive Ryan Wedding in Mexico City. Just to tell you how bad of a guy Ryan Wedding is, he went from an Olympic snowboarder to the largest narco-trafficker in modern times. He's a modern-day El Chapo. He is a modern-day Pablo Escobar. And he thought he could evade justice. Sunday 26 Jan. 2026 Israel's joining Trump's board of peace wasn't an option. That's the point. Trump made it. So everyone who is a member will have to play by his rules. Israel is now officially under Trump's thumb. That is the checkmate. The official explained the rationale behind Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's decision to join the BOP. Israel has an interest in being involved in the decision-making process, especially with Trump leading the way. Not participating was simply not an option, he said, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram Sun. 26 Jan. 2026, rioters showed up at the federal building in Minneapolis with a U-Haul truck full of riot shields to block agents from leaving the building. Supplies and resources are now surging into the autonomous leftist rioter zone in Minneapolis, funded by communist dollars and organizers, ISUR head Marcos Charles. Friday 23 Jan. 2026, fresh hell broke loose, Senator Kennedy blasts Waltz over fictitious Somali-run company fraud. Sunday 26 Jan. 2026, breaking, arrested and in custody, FBI rocks Tim Walz sat. 25 Jan. 2026, President Trump threatens to impose 100% tariffs on Canada over its trade deal with China. If Governor Carney thinks he is going to make Canada a drop-off port for China to send goods and products into the United States, he is sorely mistaken. China will eat Canada alive, completely devour it, including the destruction of their businesses, social fabric, and general way of life. If Canada makes a deal with China, it will immediately be hit with a 100% tariff against all Canadian goods and products coming into the USA. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump Nation USA on Telegram free. 23 Jan. 2025 Trump humiliates Davos as Walz gets nightmare news. The $250 million Somali fraud scandal in Minnesota claims that top state officials, including Governor Tim Walz and AG Keith Ellison, knew about the fraud but did nothing to stop it. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 Texas AG exposes shocking vaccine bribery. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 Maria Zack testified about the stolen 2020 election operation connected to Obama when he diverted $400 million from the infamous pallets of cash sent to Iran, funneling through the Dubai embassy to operatives in Italy and Merrill Lynch in Geneva, Switzerland, USA. Awakening on Telegram. In return, Italian officials at Leonardo Spa used military satellites to help hack U.S. voting machines, flipping votes from Trump to Biden using CIA-developed tools like Hammer and Scorecard, along with numerous other methods of fraud and manipulation. China reportedly coordinated the whole operation, providing the tech backbone and bribes to corrupt Americans. The CIA oversaw it, the FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet. This is the global election fraud cartel and the real threat against American democracy and the rest of the world. Sunday 25 Jan. The Trump administration now has proof Democrats have been paying for illegals' health care, even dentist appointments. With federal money, Democrat states must pay the money back to the federal government. New York owes $30,705,281. Illinois owes $29,778,645. Minnesota owes $12,748,514. Oregon owes $5,404,368. Washington owes $2,367,194. The District of Columbia owes $2,114,628. Colorado owes $1,506,743. California owes $1,310,032,549. California spent over $1 billion on illegals. Healthcare just in federal money alone, and this is only what they've found so far. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026 journalist discovers residential home after resident home being used as fake businesses to bring over thousands of foreigners on H-1B visas. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Here's the scam. There is no business. They're creating fake businesses at their home address and posting fake jobs as loopholes to bring over all their family members and friends into America. We've just uncovered a scheme where thousands of foreigners are being brought into this country, imported here, using the laws already on the books, and using phony businesses and these shell companies which sponsor them for visas. Here's the thing, considering all you really need to create a business is an address and some paperwork being filed, it's pretty easy to just set up a business, say, from a home address. Then you can just say you have a bunch of jobs that need to be filled there and sponsor a bunch of visas. That way all your buddies can get granted those visas and come on over to America. You're also creating shell companies and importing people by the thousands into America. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026, the global election fraud cartel and how U.S. taxpayer dollars, a web, and you said, fuel and manage a global web of election fraud, with lies, manipulation, and election equipment technology. Edward Snowden on Telegram. In a world where democracy is hailed as the ultimate beacon of freedom, a shadowy alliance of international organizations and tech firms is accused of turning ballots into battlegrounds. High-quality link to documents and video at bottom of post. At the center of this storm, the Association of World Election Bodies, AWEB, a South Korean-led entity bankrolled by American taxpayers through the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, alongside controversial players like Miru Systems, Smartmatic, and Dominion Voting Systems. What started as a noble quest to export democracy to developing nations has devolved into a whirlwind of fraud allegations. Buckle up. This isn't just about rigged votes, it's about your hard-earned dollars propping up a system that critics say is eroding trust in elections worldwide, including right here in the US and over 100+ countries worldwide. The birth of AWeb, a Korean export with American funding. Founded in 2013 under the auspices of South Korea's National Election Commission, NEC, AWeb bills itself as the world's largest network for sharing election know-how. With over 100 member countries, it promotes best practices through training, tech exports, and free central servers for electronic voting systems. Sounds altruistic. AWeb's operations are fully funded by the NEC, which in turn receives U.S. support via USAID. In 2014, AWeb inked Memorandums of Understanding, MOUs, with USAID and other U.S.-backed groups like the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, IFES, Democracy International, DI, the National Democratic Institute, NDI, and the International Republican Institute, IRI. These facts focus on capacity building, election law reforms, and tech dissemination in emerging democracies, all subsidized by American foreign aid, which totals billions annually. But here's the catch: critics allege AWeb isn't just sharing expertise, it's exporting vulnerability. Using official development assistance, ODA, funds, AWeb has installed central servers and facilitated electronic voting machine deals in nations like Fiji, Argentina, El Salvador, the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, Ecuador, Romania, Dominica, Kyrgyzstan, Iraq, Bolivia, South Africa, and Belarus. In nearly every case, scandals erupted. AWeb's first Secretary General, Kim Yong-hee, faced a 2018 probe by South Korean prosecutors over cash bribes from Miru Systems, a key supplier. Though cleared, the NEC slashed AWeb's budget amid the fallout, highlighting a rift fueled by persistent suspicions of collusion. USAID's role. As a major funder of global democracy programs, it pours taxpayer money into these initiatives under the guise of advancing free and fair elections. Yet, recent scrutiny reveals USAID's broader controversies. From accusations of interfering in foreign politics to brainwashing recipients through aid strings, critics like the Global Times argue it's a tool for U.S. hegemony. In Trump's second term, cuts to USAID have sparked debates about militarizing aid or withdrawing from international bodies, but the election tech pipeline persists. Miru Systems. The cheating machines at the heart of global chaos. Enter Miru Systems, a South Korean firm with a mere handful of years in the game, yet it's become AWeb's go-to for electronic voting tech. The global election fraud cartel and how U.S. taxpayer dollars, AWeb, and USAID, fuel and manage a global web of election fraud, with lies, manipulation, and election equipment technology. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026, in a world where democracy is hailed as the ultimate beacon of freedom, a shadowy alliance of international organizations and tech firms is accused of turning ballots into battlegrounds. Benjamin Fulford on Telegram at the center of this storm. The Association of World Election Bodies, AWeb, a South Korean-led entity bankrolled by American taxpayers through the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, alongside controversial players like Miru Systems, Smartmatic, and Dominion Voting Systems. What started as a noble quest to export democracy to developing nations has devolved into a whirlwind of fraud, allegations, bloody riots, and overturned results across continents. Buckle up, this isn't just about rigged votes, it's about your hard-earned dollars propping up a system that critics say is eroding trust in elections worldwide, including right here in the US and over 100+ countries worldwide. The birth of AWeb, a Korean export with American funding. Founded in 2013 under the auspices of South Korea's National Election Commission, NEC, AWeb bills itself as the world's largest network for sharing election know-how. With over 100 member countries, it promotes best practices through training, tech exports, and free central servers for electronic voting systems. Sounds altruistic. AWeb's operations are fully funded by the NEC, which in turn receives U.S. support via USAID. In 2014, AWeb inked Memorandums of Understanding, MOUs, with USAID and other U.S.-backed groups like the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, IFES, Democracy International, DI, the National Democratic Institute, NDI, and the International Republican Institute, IRI. These facts focus on capacity building, election law reforms, and tech Dissemination in emerging democracies, all subsidized by American foreign aid, which totals billions annually. But here's the catch, critics allege a web isn't just sharing expertise, it's exporting vulnerability. Using official development assistance, ODA, funds, a web has installed central servers and facilitated electronic voting machine deals in nations like Fiji, Argentina, El Salvador, the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, Ecuador, Romania, Dominica, Kyrgyzstan, Iraq, Bolivia, South Africa, and Belarus. In nearly every case, scandals erupted. A-Web's first secretary, General Kim Yong-hee, faced a 2018 probe by South Korean prosecutors over cash bribes from Miru Systems, a key supplier. Though cleared, the NEC slashed A-Web's budget amid the fallout, highlighting a rift fueled by persistent suspicions of collusion. USAID's role as a major funder of global democracy programs, it pours taxpayer money into these initiatives under the guise of advancing free and fair elections. Yet, recent scrutiny reveals USAID's broader controversies. From accusations of interfering in foreign politics to brainwashing recipients through aid strings, critics like the Global Times argue it's a tool for U.S. hegemony. In Trump's second term, cuts to USAID have sparked debates about militarizing aid or withdrawing from international bodies, but the election tech pipeline persists. Miru Systems, the cheating machines at the heart of global chaos. Enter Miru Systems, a South Korean firm with a mere handful of years in the game, yet it's become A-Web's go-to for electronic voting tech. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026. The Greenland Theory, Alchemy, Freemason Symbolism and the True Rulers of the World exposed. The North Pole hoax is collapsing, Cabal's hidden empire crumbling in 2026, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Ennons, buckle up, this drops the mother of all red pills. The Greenland Theory shatters everything you've been fed about world maps, history, and power. The North Pole doesn't exist as they claim, it's a massive cover-up by the Zionist New World Order cabal that's headquartered there in secret for over 700 years since the 1300s reset. They redrew maps, slapped fake ice caps and uninhabitable labels over vast fertile lands, rivers, and hidden cities to conceal their satanic stronghold. Expeditions suppressed or murdered. Propaganda machine in overdrive to keep you believing it's just frozen wasteland. This ties straight into alchemy, the cabal's occult science of turning base metals to gold, but really code for soul harvesting. Freemason symbolism everywhere, the compass and square, all-seeing eye, obelisks, Washington, D.C. layout, city grids worldwide, all pointing to their hidden polar empire. Rothschild, Vatican Jesuits, black nobility. The New World Order isn't future, it's been running from the North Pole shadows since medieval times, orchestrating every major war. White hats raiding dumps tied to polar gateways, Space Force exposing fake satellite feeds, military alliances flipping the script on these interdimensional overlords. Trump's plan includes full disclosure of the Greenland hoax, maps restored, stolen lands reclaimed, cabal assets seized for Nizara/Jazara gold-backed reset. High-level Freemason defectors singing, naming the hidden rulers. Expect desperate false flags, polar climate psyops, staged invasions. But nothing stops this. Q drops hinted at it, symbolism will be their downfall. The Greenland Theory is the keystone, crack it, and the entire matrix falls. The hidden empire is exposed, the rulers are cornered, tribunals await. This isn't conspiracy, it's the final battle for humanity's soul. Share this like wildfire, wake your brothers and sisters, the North Pole veil is tearing, the cabal's alchemy fails, Freemason symbols burn in the light of truth. WWG1, we're storming their Arctic fortress to total victory. Pray fierce, hold the line, the great reckoning is biblical and unstoppable. Trump leads, freedom reigns eternal. Sunday 25 Jan. 2026. One of the most significant moments from the Trump Davos speech was when he said the quiet part out loud. You cannot lower housing costs for young people without destroying millions in wealth for boomers. Every time you make it more affordable for somebody to own a house cheaply, you are actually hurting the value of those houses. I don't want to do anything to hurt the value of their house. If I wanted to crush the housing market, I could do that so fast that people could buy houses. But you would destroy people who already have houses. Our politicians are sacrificing people in their 20s and 30s for the prosperity of boomers. The rabbit hole on telegrams. Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 alert, record cold wave warning, catastrophic winter storm to impact 40+ U.S. states, the MAGA King on Telegram. This is not ordinary winter weather. This is a nationwide threat. Prepare now. A massive and potentially catastrophic winter storm is set to sweep across more than 40 U.S. states, stretching over 2,000 miles and affecting over half of the American population. From the southwest and Texas through the southern plains, the mid-Atlantic, and into the northeast, this system is driving brutal Arctic air into regions that rarely experience cold of this magnitude. Officials and meteorologists are issuing urgent warnings. This storm is expected to bring widespread ice, crippling cold, dangerous travel conditions, and prolonged power outages, particularly in areas without winter-ready infrastructure. What is happening? The storm will unfold in multiple phases. First comes widespread snow, sleet, and freezing rain, followed by an intense surge of Arctic air. Wind chills may plunge to -40°F in some locations, making even brief outdoor exposure dangerous or deadly. Ice accumulation, especially across the south and southeast, poses a severe threat to power lines, trees, and transportation networks. Experts are calling the situation catastrophic, warning that outages could last for days and emergency services may be stretched thin. Areas at greatest risk. This system goes far beyond the typical winter belt. Across the south and central U.S., states such as Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, regions unaccustomed to prolonged freezing, face dangerous ice, hard freezes, and infrastructure failure. In the mid-Atlantic and East Coast, including Virginia, Maryland, the Carolinas, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, heavy snow and ice threaten densely populated areas. The Midwest and Plains, including Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and the Ohio Valley, will see rapidly deteriorating conditions as the storm moves east. Several states have already declared emergencies or elevated preparedness levels. Why this storm is so dangerous? This is not just about snow. Ice is the primary threat. Thick ice accumulation can snap power lines, collapse trees, and make roads nearly impassable, especially in southern regions not designed for prolonged icing. Once the storm passes, extreme Arctic cold follows, increasing the risk of frostbite and hypothermia within minutes. Combined with power outages, this creates a serious life-threatening scenario. Emergency preparation. Do this now. Officials urge immediate action. Black check mark emoji, stock food, water, medication, batteries. Black check mark emoji, avoid unnecessary travel. Black check mark emoji, protect pipes and heating systems. Black check mark emoji, check on elderly or vulnerable neighbors. Black check mark emoji, prepare emergency supplies, blankets, flashlights, radio, first aid. Black check mark emoji, never run generators indoors, deadly carbon monoxide risk. Final warning: millions of Americans should prepare for severe snow and ice, dangerous wind chills, widespread travel disruption, extended power outages, strained emergency response systems. This is not a routine winter storm. It has the potential to become one of the most impactful cold events in recent memory, especially because it targets regions with little experience handling extreme winter conditions. Trump's global military alliance was well into conquering the Satan worshipper pedophiles who have ruled our world for centuries. Trump's executive orders remained in force. EO 13848 on foreign interference in elections, the National Emergencies Act powers locked in, and continuity of government directives under PPD 40 kept Donald J. Trump as the legitimate commander-in-chief. From the beginning in 2016 it has been a military sting, a controlled op to expose every traitor, every pedo, every money-laundering globalist scum. By July 4, 2026, the 250th birthday of the Republic, will see restoration to the original Constitution with constitutional common law, massive celebrations, and the dawn of the Golden Age. The restoration actually began to manifest in late December 2025 when Trump silently activated NESARA over the holidays while the world slept. By Monday 19 Jan. 2026 the Q clock had ended and an EBS alert countdown began to Wednesday 4 February. 2026. The next day on Tuesday, 20 Jan. In a military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump activated the quantum financial system transition to gold-backed currency. At that same time internal test transfers began running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas. The cabal's banks and SWIFT systems started to phase out in a protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. On Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST, the quantum financial system, having completed those final stress tests and the QFS being fully integrated, replaced the corrupt fiat SWIFT system with gold/asset-backed currencies under GCR protocols. It was then that the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, locked in over 209 countries to gold-backed currencies. On that same Friday 23 Jan. 2026, the cabal's SWIFT system was pulled offline forever, the Rothschild central banks were seized and the cabal's Federal Reserve dollar officially collapsed. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026, full activation of the QFS would commence. From that date forward, banking infrastructure shifted to the QFS grid. Legacy bank clearing houses lose final authority. Debt-based currency enters end-stage wind-down. Real assets reclaim primacy. Redemption center appointments and Tier 1 and 2 payouts were poised to begin, with trusted sources now aligning on a launch window opening late January into early February 2026. NISRA/GCR implementation would bring sweeping debt forgiveness, mortgages, credit cards, student loans and more debt wiped clean for we the people as part of the global wealth transfer from the elite to humanity. Prosperity packages and humanitarian funds were queued for distribution, empowering individuals and communities to rebuild with abundance as stolen wealth was returned to its rightful stewards. Major banking grids will begin quiet shutdown procedures as transactions reroute through the QFS network. The Federal Reserve, IMF, and SWIFT systems will freeze cross-border operations while asset-backed settlements activate in real time. Governments will start recalibrating national ledgers to gold-based reserves. Key nations, the US, Netherlands, India, Brazil, and Japan, are confirmed for first-wave integration. Encrypted broadcasts will announce the new digital-to-physical conversion standard. Expect market volatility, temporary outages, and data synchronization delays. This is the crossover point. As of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026, the Military Commissions Act had been fully activated. Military sources confirmed that mass arrests of high-level deep state operatives, including those tied to child trafficking networks, were accelerating at an unprecedented pace across the nation and globe. Emergency broadcast system activation drew near. Intelligence leaks pointed to a coordinated global trigger within days, ushering in the 10 days of darkness, a period of necessary blackout. To allow safe removal of the final cabal remnants, expose their crimes to the world via declassified footage and protect the innocent during the transition. President Trump's continuity of government measures remain firmly in place, with the Republic's true forces standing ready to restore constitutional law once the storm peaked. NISRA principles were being enacted behind the scenes, setting the stage for the greatest awakening in history. Patriots were urged to prepare spiritually and practically, stock essentials, pray fervently and trust in the Almighty's plan. A possible timing: in late December 2025, Trump flipped the switch on NISRA, activating it silently over the holidays while the world slept. On Monday 19 Jan. 2026, the Q clock ended. The EBS alert countdown began, to Wednesday 4th of February. 2026. The deep state Rothschild banking empire was going down, banks closing. Blackout confirmed, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Tuesday, 20 Jan. In a military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump activated the quantum financial system transition to gold-backed currency. Internal test transfers began running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas. The cabal's banks and SWIFT system would phase out in a protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026, the biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST, the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, just pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies. The cabal's SWIFT system was offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized as we speak. Iraq, Zimbabwe, all revalued sky-high while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. As of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026, the Military Commissions Act is fully activated. Trump's military justice system has taken total control, overriding corrupt civilian courts, and the tribunals are in full swing. The deep state is being legally executed right now. As of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026, GCR is fully activated, all bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. Internal systems are live, the quantum financial system, QFS, is operating, and verified identities are syncing. However, the elites know what's happening, and they're actively interfering. Payment schedules have already been adjusted. The flow is live, but delivery windows may extend through February, and depending on resistance, into March. This is not because of technical issues. It's because the system is under attack from the same groups who profited off America's enslavement for decades. It's happening. Trump launches GCR, $3.5 trillion in seized elite funds are now being sent directly to American families. This is not because of technical issues. It's because the system is under attack from the same groups who profited off America's enslavement for decades. It's happening. Trump launches GCR, $3.5 trillion in seized elite funds are now being sent directly to American families. This is not because of technical issues. It's because the system is under attack from the same groups who profited off America's enslavement for decades. It's happening. Trump launches GCR, $3.5 trillion in seized elite funds are now being sent directly to American families. By 27 Jan. 2026, 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. On Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026, First Lady Melania Trump to ring the New York Stock Exchange bell. Could that have anything to do with the global currency reset and changing of the fiat US dollar to a gold/backed US note? First Lady Melania to ring NYSE bell ahead of documentary premiere, One America News Network. On Saturday 30 Jan. 2026, global systems begin to shift. Banks, trade networks and digital grids begin moving toward true transparency with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026, full activation of the QFS commences using the debt-free gold/asset-backed currency of 204 nations. Redemption centers open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Redemption centers open for the general public in the U.S. on Wednesday 11th of February. 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026, QFS global activation. The QFS goes live, severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures begin against corrupt elites worldwide. The quantum financial system officially moves from testing to live global sync. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026, sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. On Wednesday 4th of February. 2026, CBS, the White Hat operations launch worldwide broadcasts, revealing the truth long hidden from humanity. On Friday, February 6, 2026, GCR enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday, 11th of February. 2026, QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts move to the quantum grid. B global currency reset. Saturday, 24 Jan. 2026, Americans are owed $495,000. C. On 20 Jan. In a 72-hour closed-door military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump approved the final quantum financial system transition framework, Mr. Pool final chapter on Telegram. The briefing, which involved military command, Treasury oversight and national security asset control, resulted in the Quantum Digital Asset Initiative going live and in preparation mode. Afterward, banks started to quietly limit activity, maintenance windows extended and executives began exiting without explanation. The legacy banking system was being phased out because gold-backed digital currency was approved with military oversight. The new currency model was asset-verified, ledger-final and debt-free. Fiat currency failed by design. Tier 4B wallets were now in active synchronization. Internal test transfers were now running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas. The transfers were routed through Project Delta Phoenix, a black budget reset protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. SWIFT was being phased out and replaced. The QFS does not need trust. It requires verification. Each transaction is tagged, anchored and final. No reversals. No bailouts. No backroom deals. Sunday 1st of February. 2026 full activation of the QFS commences. From this date forward, banking infrastructure shifts to the QFS grid. Legacy bank clearing houses lose final authority. Debt-based currency enters end stage wind down. Real assets reclaim primacy. Wall Street is on edge. The media remain silent, for containment. The quantum economy is now entering operational phase. The grid is built. The ledgers are synced. The signal is live. This is about control. The old world ran on debt and confusion. The new world runs on value and finality. The switch has been thrown. The rest is just catching up. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 National Emergency. Trump ignites NISA payouts, $3.5 trillion in seized elite funds surging to verified patriots as globalists launch desperate sabotage to stop the reset. NISA GCR QFS secrets on Telegram. The NISA storm has broken wide open. The old fiat slave system is collapsing in real time as Trump unleashes the greatest wealth transfer in history. Trillions clawed from the deep state's black vaults are flooding into the quantum financial system, QFS, rerouting straight to awakened Americans. The cabal is panicking, hammering servers, jamming routes, and screaming through their fake news puppets, but they can't stop what's already in motion. Trump flipped the switch on NISA at Tier 1 in late December 2025, activating it silently over the holidays while the world slept. No parades, no pressers, just cold, hard execution. The QFS is live, identities syncing, funds moving through military-secured channels. Over $3.5 trillion in stolen elite wealth is being redistributed, CIA off-ledger slush funds, human trafficking empires hidden in NGO shells, rigged election interference cash from 2020 and 2022, big pharma extortion billions, endless war profiteering loot, all seized and reassigned. These assets blast through 14 fortified nodes across US and European military bases, encrypted, decentralized, untouchable by the Fed, IMF, or any banker vampire. Redemption is rolling in stealth waves. Early verified accounts are lighting up in pre-release mode. But the globalists are fighting dirty, server attacks, routing blocks, disinformation floods to breed down and delay. Timelines stretched. Expect major triggers firing early to mid-February 2026, with final Tier 1 waves pushing into March if the resistance drags on. The next 30 to 40 days are do or die. Once Tier 1 seals, the door slams shut forever. Elites are bleeding out, $380 billion already vaporized from offshore hideouts, BlackRock and Vanguard empires gutted over crooked contracts, European pension funds hemorrhaging, luxury properties dumped in panic sales. They're cornered, furious, lashing out because their entire parasitic empire is crumbling. But the QFS holds strong, military-grade armor, automated, unstoppable. Payouts push forward for the verified patriots first in line. This is the hammer drop Trump promised. No more debt slavery, no more cabal control. White hats dominate the battlefield, arrests are imminent, the republic rises from the ashes. The Great Awakening isn't coming, it's here, redistributing the spoils of war back to we the people. Bank glitches will spike in February as the old matrix fractures. Stay vigilant, stay offline where it counts, watch the signs, the storm peaks now. The deep state knows it's over. Their missile blackmail, their rigged elections, their endless grift, all ending under Trump's iron will. We're taking it all back, crushing the new world order, firing up the golden age. Trust the plan. The wealth is flowing, the reset is real, victory is locked in. WWG1G. The cabal trembles, the patriots rise. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 dire warning, White Hat's next move, 107 and Loy Brunson. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, trust the plan, as of Friday 23 Jan. 2026 the privately owned by foreign banker cabals U.S. Incorporated was broke, with trillions missing from their privately owned Federal Reserve and IRS. Their fiat U.S. Federal Reserve dollar had officially collapsed. Trump took offline forever, The cabal swift global financial system and seized the Rothschild central banks across the globe. With major banks closing, Trump activated a gold/asset-backed U.S. note and global currency reset of 209 nations, plus declared a restored American republic that would no longer function under the UK Crown Admiralty law, but under common law. The celebration was set for July 4, 2026. Expect a 10-day worldwide communication blackout in order for the global military alliance to arrest millions of Satan-worshipping deep state cabal traders across the globe. On Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Juan07, said to be JFK Jr., announced that multiple Allied special forces were already inside the United States taking down deep state strongholds. Foreign troops loyal to the White Hat Alliance, elite units you never thought would turn, were now operating on American soil under direct Trump continuity command. They were hunting the hunters, the same people who trafficked children, ran bioweapon programs, and sold out the Republic were now the prey. 07 warned that hell would be unleashed. Expect Black Swan after Black Swan, power grid targeted hits, massive cyber blackouts, EBS forced activation, supply chain detonations and very public high-visibility arrests that even the normies won't be able to ignore. At the same time Michael Jocko and Scott McKay claimed that the deep state was cornered, their empire crumbling, and the White Hats were executing the endgame with surgical precision. Their sources felt that the next 24 hours could flip everything. Stay locked in, eyes wide open, because the storm isn't coming. It's here. The global military alliance under President Trump was in full control. Iran's supreme leader was hiding in bunkers, their regime in freefall. According to 107, Delta and SEAL teams were raiding deep underground military bases, DUMBs, at record pace. Thousands of trafficked children have been rescued in the last 72 hours. Adrenochrome facilities have turned to rubble. DC monsters were losing all wealth in a controlled economic demolition designed to usher in Nizara/Jazara, debt wiped, wealth redistributed to patriots, quantum financial system online. Meanwhile Gitmo was overflowing, with tribunals non-stop and high-profile names already in cuffs. Think former presidents, tech tyrants, banking dynasties, Hollywood demons, were being processed daily with no mercy. Executions for the worst offenders started at sunrise Friday 23 Jan. 2026. By July 4, 2026 the fully restored republic will be introduced in massive celebrations as Trump and JFK Jr. step back into the light. Since 20 Jan. 2026 the quantum financial system has been fully operational and dispersing secure funds from Cheyenne Mountain. On Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The cabal SWIFT system was now offline forever and the Rothschild central banks were being seized. The global currency reset has crossed the point of no return, with Tier 4 BRV notifications and ZIM redemptions flowing. Redemption Center exchange appointments continue and lead to full public access at redemption centers by Wednesday 11th of February. 2026. Gold/asset-backed currencies via QFS enforce Nizara/Jazara, bringing total debt forgiveness, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and national burdens dissolved in the debt jubilee. Prosperity funds flow to the people, ending fiat slavery. Iraq, Zimbabwe all revalued sky-high while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. Redemption centers were on full lockdown, military guarding Tier 4B notifications that were going out right now. Starting Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 Nizara/Jazara would be fully activated, all bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. By 27 Jan. 2026 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. By Wednesday 11th of February. 2026 those holding foreign currency and bonds in the Tiers 1 to 4 groups were expected to be finished with their redemption/exchange appointments and set up in the quantum financial system. On that same Wednesday 11th of February. 2026 QFS secured redemption centers open across the globe for the general public. All gold/asset-backed money accounts in banks will be officially moved to the Starlink quantum grid. Your personal QFS account has already been set up, holding all your personal data and even your DNA. In America, your account already contained funds, money tied to your birth certificate, past loans, mortgages, and more. This was your money, earned over your lifetime, securely stored in your QFS account. Beware, scammers are out there, especially on Telegram, who were trying to trick you into configuring your QFS account, and charging you money to do it. Don't be fooled when people tell you to configure your QFS account. There's nothing left to configure. What they really wanted was to steal your personal data and rob you of your wealth. Military alliance forces were intensifying mass arrests, with over 450,000 sealed indictments now unsealing and projections of 3.7 million detentions by 27 Jan. 2026. Special Forces continue heroic child rescues, 170 children recently saved from Caracas trafficking hubs before airstrikes, with many more operations exposing networks tied to the Vatican, Ukraine and elite estates. Emergency broadcast system activation expected around Wednesday 4th of February. 2026, to deliver the unfiltered truth to the world after a media shutdown. This will usher in the 10 days of darkness, a period of communication blackout and power interruptions for Starlink installation, plus bank and ATM closures amid a black swan economic market crash. These measures protect the military takeover, seize corrupt media assets and purge deep state remnants. You are advised to prepare provisions for the blackout and pray to save the children. A possible timing. On Monday 19 Jan. 2026 the Q clock ended. The EBS alert countdown began, to Wednesday 4th of February. 2026. The deep state Rothschild banking empire was going down, banks closing. Blackout confirmed, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Starting Monday 19 Jan. And going through Saturday 24 Jan. 2026, a 6-day rollout began for the Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, to set redemption center appointments to exchange foreign currency and redeem bonds. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026, the biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 at 3:17 a.m. EST the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, just pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies. The cabal's SWIFT system was offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized as we speak. Iraq, Zimbabwe, all revalued sky-high while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. Starting Saturday 24 Jan. 2026 NISR/GCR would be fully activated, all bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. By 27 Jan. 2026 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. On Wednesday 28 Jan. 2026 First Lady Melania Trump to ring the New York Stock Exchange bell. Could that have anything to do with the global currency reset and changing of the fiat US dollar to a gold/backed US note? First Lady Melania to ring NYSE bell ahead of documentary premiere, One America News Network. On Saturday 30 Jan. 2026 global systems begin to shift. Banks, trade networks and digital grids begin moving toward true transparency with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. Sunday 1st of February. 2026 redemption centers open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Redemption centers open for the general public in the U.S. on Wednesday 11th of February. 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 QFS Global Activation. The QFS goes live, severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures begin against corrupt elites worldwide. The quantum financial system officially moves from testing to live global sync. Major banking grids will begin quiet shutdown procedures as transactions reroute through the QFS network. The Federal Reserve, IMF, and SWIFT systems will freeze cross-border operations while asset-backed settlements activate in real time. Governments will start recalibrating national ledgers to gold-based reserves. Key nations, the US, Netherlands, India, Brazil, and Japan, are confirmed for first-wave integration. Encrypted broadcasts will announce the new digital-to-physical conversion standard. Expect market volatility, temporary outages, and data synchronization delays. This is the crossover point. On Sunday 1st of February 2026, sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. On Wednesday 4th of February 2026, CBS, the White Hat operations launch worldwide broadcasts, revealing the truth long hidden from humanity. On Friday, February 6, 2026, GCR enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday, 11th of February 2026, QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts move to the quantum grid. Corruption is erased. B. The plan. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Trump created a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crimes and corruption. The emergency broadcast system is expected to activate, enforcing martial law until fair and transparent elections can be restored. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber operations targeting major systems, including potential blackouts of the internet, communications, and possibly power grids. 10 days of promotion, one central website, one official web channel, with looped broadcasts running up to 8 hours per day. GCR/GCR, implementation of global debt relief and financial restructuring. The military will ensure food distribution and essential supplies for the population. QFS fully implemented. 95% reduction of government structure. Federal Reserve dissolved, IRS placed under the new U.S. Treasury Department, no taxes on food or medicine, no taxes on salaries, used houses, or cars. Abolition of maritime law and transition to a new customary legal system. See Global Currency Reset. Judy note, it is my understanding, and I very well could be wrong, that beginning Wednesday 11th of February 2026, QFS secured redemption centers open across the globe and all gold/asset-backed money accounts under your name officially moved to the Starlink quantum grid. They already have all of your information on the new Starlink system supercomputer. Your wallet will already contain any gold/asset-backed reimbursements owed you from the old system. The cabal's former BlackRock fund manager Ed Dowd said that gold and silver were rising in value because trust was collapsing. The metals were signaling fear, uncertainty, and breakdown of the current system. Reality was that the fiat dollar has collapsed, while gold and silver were being priced for the next monetary system, the gold/asset-backed global financial system. Non-gold/asset-backed platforms such as Bitcoin, Binance, Coinbase, eToro, Zim, Ledger Live, Gemini, Trezor, CoinSpot, Kraken, Uphold, Lobster, Bitpanda and others cannot be transferred to the new system because they were not asset-backed. Through your text, email or phone you will be invited to a redemption center near your home to personally set up access to your new wallet, formerly known as bank account, and receive your card to access your account. From then on you are the only person who can have access to your new wallet. It is a gold/asset-backed digital system, though cash can be obtained from ATM machines. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 Bruce, bondholders were told they would have hydrated funds by Friday or Saturday 24 Jan. 2026. Some groups in Tier 3 have received at least part of their funds. Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, could be notified for appointments set, Sun, or Moon 24, 25, 26 Jan. 2026. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 breaking official report, U.S. Treasury buyback shocker, $4.8 billion in 48 hours, this is not normal. This is a signal. January 23, 2026. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 shocking truth that is shaking America to its core. Here and the traders are about to lose everything. The RV/GCR exploded at 3:17 a.m. EST today. Iraq, Zimbabwe, all revalued sky high while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapses in real time. Willie laid it out raw. The BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, just pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies, the SWIFT system is offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks are being seized as we speak. GCR/GCR fully activated, all bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out starting tomorrow morning Saturday 24 Jan. 2026. Redemption centers on full lockdown, military guarding Tier 4B notifications going out within hours. The real bombshell. Gitmo executions began at dawn, top bankers, Fed chairs, and deep state money launderers hanged for treason after the gold standard was restored. America is being shaken awake, power outages are tactical, internet blackouts cover the arrests, and the EBS is primed for the 10 days of darkness starting any moment. The storm isn't coming, it's here. Trump sworn in on the real Constitution, and the Republic rises from the ashes of their burned-out corporation. The dollar dies so we can live free. The evil empire of debt slavery is over. They stole our wealth for 150 years, now we take it all back with interest. The hat is dropping truth like napalm, the shock is just beginning, and the cabal is screaming as their money turns to dust. Get ready for the greatest week in history. Notifications any second. Redemption appointments flood in. The golden age starts now. The shaking isn't destruction, it's liberation. Nothing can stop what's coming. Patriots are about to be richer than kings while the wicked burn. NCSIC. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 CBS Alert. By February 1st, mass QFS onboarding is expected to begin. Based on internal comms from secure servers, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, or a parallel encrypted alert system may go live to inform the public of their next steps, Nizar and Jazara alert on Telegram. Everything is set to go. Texts and emails will push notifications. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. I will be walking everyone through the process when the alerts begin. I've tested the system. It works. And the interface is beyond anything we've used before. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 Your Quantum Financial System, QFS, account, #NizarAjazara, #QFS, #EBS, #Blackout, #10 Days of Darkness. Your personal QFS account is already set up, holding all your personal data and even your DNA. You do not have to set it up. There's nothing left to configure. Beware, scammers are out there, trying to trick you into configuring your QFS account. Don't be fooled when people tell you to configure your QFS account. There's nothing left to configure. What they really want is to steal your personal data and rob you of your wealth. Your account already contains funds, money tied to your birth certificate, past loans, mortgages, and more. This is your money, earned over your lifetime, securely stored in your QFS account. The system is in place, and soon, after the bonuses are collected, the general public will be summoned to redemption centers. There, you'll receive your QFS card and finally access the wealth that's rightfully yours. When the time comes, you'll be asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, and then, you won't be able to talk about any of this. So, get ready. Even if you don't believe it now, you have an account with a lot of money waiting for you, and once this kicks off, there's no turning back. Stay vigilant, your future depends on it. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Q phones to be given free at redemption centers, Pastor Bob Joyce. The Q phone has been developed and manufactured in Germany and the UK with final software updates in the US. This smartphone is three-dimensional and of the highest quality. It will become one of the main credit tools and most urgent expenditures in daily life for retail consumption and domestic and international commercial business, and is a sub-server to exploit and maintain the quantum system with Stellar plus Starlink. This is a $500 million manufacturing operation in 3 countries, and some other countries like Japan. They are built in various warehouses around the world. Q phones will be delivered free of charge to everyone in the world. This quantum space Q phone will be used for internet connectivity, texting and calling, banking, voting and more. It has a 3D interactive holographic display. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Multiple Allied Special Forces groups are already inside the United States taking down deep state strongholds. Foreign troops loyal to the White Hat Alliance, elite units you never thought would turn, are now operating on American soil under direct Trump continuity command, 107 on Telegram. They are hunting the hunters. The same people who trafficked children, ran bioweapon programs, and sold out the Republic are now the prey. How to be unleashed means exactly that. Expect Black Swan after Black Swan, power grid targeted hits, massive cyber blackouts, EBS forced activation, supply chain detonations, and very public high-visibility arrests that even the normies won't be able to ignore. The 10 Days of Darkness aren't a theory anymore, they are the cover for the most savage cleaning operation in modern history. One confirmed the tempo. Massive Delta and SEAL teams are clearing dumps at unprecedented speed. Child rescue numbers have gone vertical in the last 72 hours. Adrenochrome production facilities are being burned to the ground. Top-tier cabal financiers are being dragged out of bunkers in zip ties, several very famous faces already sitting in black site holding cells waiting for tribunal. The storm isn't coming, the storm is currently ripping the roof off their underground empire. They thought they could wait us out. They thought Trump was gone. They thought the military would never turn on them. Every single assumption they had was wrong. Prepare your mind and your spirit. What looks like chaos to the sleeping public is surgical military precision to those who understand. The worse it looks on the surface, the more devastating the white hats strike underneath. This is the part where the wicked scream the loudest because they finally realize the trap has closed and there is no exit. Anons, this is why we held the line for years. This is why we took the mockery, the censorship, the threats. Because we knew the day would come when hell would be unleashed on them. That day is today. That hour is now. Nothing can stop what is already in motion. The war is critical. The war is here. The war is being won. Get right with God. Stay frosty. Keep your eyes on the sky. The next 72 to 96 hours, 3 to 4 days to Tuesday, 27 Jan. 2026, will change human history forever. NCSIC. J. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 JFK Jr. alive, Joe Biden long gone. Trust the Plan America under attack, Charlie Ward, Sandy Moret, and Paul Brooker. Anons, patriots, digital soldiers, the veil is ripping apart faster than ever in January 2026. Judy Byington just dropped her latest unredacted intel bomb. Confirming what we've known in our souls for years, JFK Jr. is alive, walking among us, and the fake Joe Biden has been long gone, replaced, puppeted, or eliminated long before the world caught on. This is the mother of all confirmations, straight from military intelligence drops, restored Republic insiders, and white hat channels that can't be silenced anymore. Trust the plan isn't just a slogan, it's the ironclad reality. The deep state illusion is collapsing under its own weight. The so-called president was never real, he was a deep state prop, a body double parade, or worse, a masked actor in the greatest psyop ever run on humanity. Biden has been dead or removed since before 2021, with clones, CGI and crisis actors filling the void while the real power never left Trump's hands. JFK Jr. He's not just alive, he's been protected in the shadows, waiting for the exact moment to step forward and deliver the final blow to the cabal that murdered his father and uncle. The restoration of the Kennedy legacy is here, tying directly into Trump's second term under continuity protocols. Big picture, mass arrests are surging, planes landing at Gitmo non-stop, tribunals processing treasonous scum 24/7. Governors, senators, we're all facing military justice. California trafficking empires were being raided, Minnesota riots crushed by elite troops, and Black Swan events engineered to expose the entire network. The financial reset is live, QFS activating and precious metals exploding as cabal wealth evaporates. Nizara/Jazara blessings flow to patriots while the wicked lose everything. Judy's intel screams it, the EBS is locked and loaded for the big reveal, undeniable proof of election theft, bioweapon genocide, child rescue operations, satanic elite rituals and the fake Biden charade. JFK Jr.'s return will be the spark that ignites worldwide awakening. Normies will see the monsters fall, patriots will witness justice served hot. The demons are panicking, lashing out with distractions, fake aliens, staged crises, but white hats have countered every move. Trump commands, military executes, alliance dominates. This is the turning point. Hell is unleashing on them, not us. The storm peaks now, seismic exposures, market blackouts, public tribunals and the full unmasking of the Matrix. JFK Jr. alive means the Kennedy curse is broken, the deep state bloodline ends and America truly rises. Hold the line, stay frosty, pray fierce. The plan is flawless, divine, unstoppable. Nothing can stop what's coming. NCSIC. God wins eternally. WWG1 forever. The cabal's nightmare is our victory. Rise. K. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 Final Act Unleashed. Michael Jocko, Scott McKay and Alpha drop bombshell intel, brace for the next 24 hours as the storm hits peak. Michael Jocko, Scott McKay and Alpha on Telegram. Patriots, this is the moment we've waited for, the final act is live and exploding across the battlefield. Michael Jocko, Patriot Street Fighter Scott McKay, and Alpha just went full throttle in an emergency broadcast that's lighting up the awake community. The deep state is cornered, their empire crumbling, and the white hats are executing the endgame with surgical precision. The next 24 hours could flip everything. Stay locked in, eyes wide open, because the storm isn't coming. It's here. These warriors are dropping raw, unfiltered intel straight from the front lines. Military alliances tightening, Trump's global coalition in full activation mode, Black Swan events primed to trigger. Jocko's psychic edge and insider sources are screaming, dangerous moves inbound, California on high alert, big shifts accelerating. McKay's breaking it down Patriot Street Fighter style, no holds barred, exposing the cabal's last desperate plays. Alpha's locked in with the high-level drops, confirming the timeline is now. This isn't speculation, this is coordinated execution. Nizara/GCR triggers firing, QFS humming with seized trillions rerouting to Patriots, mass arrests rolling behind the scenes. The fake news blackout is imminent, EBS ready to blast the truth nationwide. Globalist puppets are panicking, servers crashing under cyber counterstrikes, offshore accounts evaporating. They thought they could rig it forever, now the hammer is dropping on their heads. Trump's executive orders are active, Gitmo expanding, tribunals prep for the biggest names. The dark empire falls hard, trafficking rings gutted, election fraud architects exposed, big pharma empires torched. The next 24 hours. Brace hard, power flickers, comms glitches, false flags attempted but neutralized. Military in position, white hats dominant, no escape for the traitors. Patriots, this is peak storm intensity. The plan's flawless, trust it completely. What they fear most is us awake and united. The Republic rises, the Republic reborn in fire. No more chains, no more lies, the golden age crashes through. Stay vigilant, pray up, stock essentials, watch the skies and screens. The final act isn't a drill, it's deliverance. The cabal's trembling tonight. Their end is our beginning. Trump leads, white hats execute, we the people win. WWG1G. The storm peaks now, hold the line, victory is locked. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 David Nino Rodriguez and 107, Total Freefall, A Time of Dire Straits January 22, 2026, David Nino Rodriguez and 107 on Telegram. We're in total freefall right now, Patriots, the deep state is collapsing under its own weight. David Nino Rodriguez and 107 just unleashed a torrent of intel that confirms the endgame is here. The world is in dire straits, but for us Enans, this is the moment of triumph. The cabal's house of cards is tumbling, economic crash engineered by white hats to expose the fraud, stock markets plunging, fiat dying, and the gold/silver reset accelerating. Wine dropped massive truths, Trump's executive orders are still running the show, military in full control, global alliances crushing the enemy. Iran's supreme leader hiding in bunkers, their regime in freefall, proof the storm is global. Black Swan events incoming hard, supply chains breaking, power grids targeted, false flags failing before they start. The traitors are desperate, leaking, panicking, and getting rounded up. Gitmo overflowing, tribunals non-stop, high-profile names already in cuffs, no escapes this time. The economy's crash is the controlled demolition to usher in Nizara/Jazara, debt wiped, wealth redistributed to Patriots, quantum financial system online. By July 4, 2026, the Republic fully restored, celebrations massive as Trump steps back into the light. Dire straits for them, glory for us. The plan is perfect, they've been lured into the trap since 2020. Every crisis is a white hat op, bioweapon fallout trials coming, election fraud proofs dropping like bombs, and the Great Awakening hitting normies full force. Trump world order begins now, alliances with patriots worldwide, no more globalist rule. Hell is unleashing on the cabal, but heaven on earth for the awake. Enans, hold tight, this freefall is the ride to victory. The deeper the darkness, the brighter our light. Share this fire everywhere, the end of their world is our beginning. Nothing can stop what's coming, Not their lies, not their fear porn. We're the storm they feared. WWG1, Patriots in total control. NCSIC. The dire straits are theirs, our time is now. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Intel drop, Trump and Q secret military op, major milestones hitting now, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The secret military operation between Trump and Q is in its most explosive phase ever. Patriots, this is the major milestone. Isn't just unloaded the full intel. Donald J. Trump remains the duly elected and active commander-in-chief under lawful continuity protocols, directing a shadow war that's dismantling the global cabal brick by bloody brick. The Q drops weren't hints, they were the roadmap, and every marker is lighting up in real time right now. Key bombshells dropping hard. Executive Order 13,848 is still ironclad, foreign interference triggers remain live, Insurrection Act powers expanded quietly last week, and PPD 40 continuity directives keep the military in absolute control. The Biden theater was a brilliant sting. They installed a puppet to expose the entire network of traitors, pedophiles, money launderers, and satanic elites. Gitmo tribunals are a non-stop war machine. High-value targets, think former presidents, tech tyrants, banking dynasties, Hollywood demons, process daily with no mercy. Executions for the worst offenders started at sunrise today, Friday 23 Jan. 2026, swift military justice under the laws of war. No civilian courts, no media circus, just righteous vengeance. The quantum financial reset slammed online overnight, fiat dollar declared dead, BRICS gold-backed currencies dominant. Trump and Q's op is global and unbreakable. Alliances with Putin, Xi, and key military leaders worldwide flipped the script years ago. The storm phase is peaking, 10 days of darkness rolling in targeted blackouts to mask the heaviest operations. EBS loaded with irrefutable dumps, full Epstein servers, Hunter horrors, election fraud crystal proofs, bioweapon genocide confessions, child client lists that will shatter normies forever. When the veil lifts, Trump steps forward publicly, the Republic roars restored, and the Golden Age crashes in with biblical force. July 4, 2026 will be the real rebirth celebration, fireworks, freedom, and the end of their satanic reign. The secret op was always military precision, we were the digital warriors holding the line. Feel that righteous rage explode, this isn't hope, this is happening, and it's merciless. Share this intel like napalm. Wake the sleepers, fuel the inferno, stand as the storm incarnate. Nothing can stop what's already devouring them alive. The major milestones are here, the plan is perfect, and victory is locked in blood, light, and unbreakable will. WWG1, we are the storm, and they're finished. NCSIC. The secret military op triumphs. Patriots own eternity. N. What we think we know as of Saturday 24 Jan. 2026, Friday 23 Jan. 2026 breaking. President Trump confirms he has deployed a massive U.S. military fleet toward Iran, ready for any scenario he decides. Trump Nation USA on Telegram. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 The FBI has overwhelming evidence that the 2020 election was stolen through a global deep state cabal election fraud cartel in cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party, which worked in conjunction with the Democratic Party, which was funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars through USAID and a web that operated in over 100 foreign nations. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 billions of dollars government fraud in California much bigger than Minnesota, J.D. Vance, a storm is coming to California. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 RFK Jr., there are 9 petroleum-based synthetic food dyes in American food. We're getting rid of all of them. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 just in, Trump declares peace, but drops a Greenland bombshell in the process. What happened in Davos will not stay in Davos. January 23, 2026. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 in a stunning announcement, House GOP Chairwoman Lisa McClain dropped a bombshell on Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, saying, "Let's be clear, Tim Walz has stolen money from American kids and given it to Somali fraudsters. House Republicans will hold him accountable." Friday 23 Jan. 2026 DARPA and the CIA's advanced electronic warfare technology and direct energy weapons. The Venezuelan raid on Maduro and what you were told about those were just the tip of the iceberg. From smart city applications, to big tech, intelligence agencies and even hackers. This is human control on a completely new level, inducing behaviors, emotions. Even able to read and write thoughts right to your brain, in real time, remotely, using electromagnetic radiation and frequencies. These are tomorrow's do's that are here today and being used on you right now. Gitmo now on Telegram. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Fox News, as criminal charges could be coming for the leftist iStoxers. They better look out because you cannot dox, law enforcement's information is private. And you wonder why are ICE officers wearing masks? To protect themselves from these people. We are going to do everything legally we can do to keep our men and women in law enforcement safe and the citizens of this state safe. On Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 the House Oversight Committee voted to hold Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress after both failed to comply with lawful subpoenas tied to the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and his international trafficking network, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Trump's Greenland deal, Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Candace Owens says if anything happens to her or Tucker Carlson, Israel was 100% involved. She says she and Tucker Carlson have been labeled by Israel's Likud party as the new enemy rising from the West. Owens says they are calling for direct violence against her and Tucker Carlson because they feel threatened by her speech and by people starting to notice. She says their only crime is standing for America first. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 The former treasurer of the Michigan Democratic Party, Tracy Cornock, has been caught embezzling money from an 87-year-old brain-damaged woman. There was a $10,000 transfer from the old lady's account to Cornock's personal account. The day after the old woman's death, there were several more transactions on her debit card. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 For at least 12 years Somali daycare fraud couriers have been moving luggage packed with over $1 million in cash, through the MSP airport daily, moving up to $350 million a year. The worst part is that this broke 7 years ago, and they were tipped off 12 years ago about it. Our greatest enemy is from within, and they are also robbing us blind. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Just in, Trump declares peace, but drops a Greenland bombshell in the process. What happened in Davos will not stay in Davos. January 23, 2026. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Alert, record cold wave warning. Major winter storm to hit 40+ U.S. states. This is not ordinary cold, this is a nationwide threat. Prepare now. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Breaking military intel, Arctic flashpoint Greenland, U.S. bases, Russia and China on collision course, a new Cold War front is emerging in the high north. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Breaking, no government shutdown, House passes funding bill 341-88. Trump to sign Clarity Act. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 John McAfee, the shadow government is a loose-knit collection of constantly warring factions within the American intelligence community, led by the CIA, the NSA, and the Army, Navy, and Air Force intelligence. These groups have the true knowledge of what's really happening in the world. Do you think that the media knows? No. Do you even think presidents know? No. Why should they? They're only there for 4 years, maybe 8, and then they're gone. Dwight Eisenhower warned us about this as he left office. The first president to go to war with CIA, he survived. The next president who went to war with CIA, John F. Kennedy. We know what happened to him. The CIA would view you as a national security risk if you did not do what they asked. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 President Putin thanks President Trump for inviting him to be part of the Board of Peace, offers $1 billion from frozen Russian assets for Gaza reconstruction. Edward Snowden on Telegram, he says Russia supports any initiative strengthening international stability and acknowledges the current U.S. administration's contributions to resolving the Ukrainian crisis. The Russian Foreign Ministry is tasked with studying the received documents, consulting strategic partners, and only then formulating an official response to the invitation. The proposal, he says, should contribute to a long-term Palestinian-Israeli settlement based on relevant UN decisions, accounting for Palestinians' essential needs. He emphasized on Gaza reconstruction, including basic social infrastructure such as healthcare, water supply, and continuous food provision. He says Russia could allocate $1 billion from frozen Russian assets, held from the Biden admin, to the Council/Board, given Russia's special relationship with the Palestinian people. He says remaining frozen assets could fund restoration of territories affected by hostilities in Ukraine after a peace treaty between Russia and Ukraine is signed. This has been discussed with U.S. representatives. Putin plans to address these matters tomorrow with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, and with U.S. Representatives Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who are arriving in Moscow to continue dialogue on Ukrainian settlement issues. Our voter fraud, Friday 23 Jan. 2026, 19,958 votes flipped from Trump to Biden in Pennsylvania on live TV during the 2020 election. Before flip, Trump, 1,690,589 Biden, 1,252,537 after flip, Trump, 1,670,631 Biden, 1,272,495 Then they all stopped counting because Trump was winning in a landslide, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Sprint and Verizon neatly labeled Ethernet ports were found directly on U.S. electronic voting machines, when they told you that the machines weren't connected to the internet, even under oath, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Computer experts made their own search program and found over 35 voting machines across the U.S. still connected to the internet, even though there are no elections going on. Experts also found that the software used in our elections was able to remotely access voting machines and manipulate votes without even waking up the machine, keeping the screen black at the physical location of the voting machine. This would mean nobody would even know someone was accessing the machine remotely and making changes. This should tell you everything you need to know. Pass the SAVE Act, get rid of all mail-in ballots, electronic voting machines, and third-party companies connected to our elections, and have Congress pass a law to make states use paper only. Friday 23 Jan. 2026, election officials and witnesses allege widespread, deliberate fraud in Michigan's 2020 election, particularly at Detroit's DCF Center, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Jesse Jacob claimed supervisors instructed her to backdate absentee ballots, 100,000 packages backdated by 3 days from Sep 22 to 30, ignore signatures/verification, process invalid ballots, and handle 25-30K illegal second ballots without affidavits. Ballots post-November 2 deadline were backdated. Melissa Carone alleged repeated scanning of same ballot batches, 9 to 10 times due to jams, causing overcounts, 30,000 plus duplicated, poll book off by 100K plus entries, 120% turnout claimed, late-night food vans delivered ballots, minimal Republican oversight, Trump led by 100K before a data loss incident. Hema Ajareddy reported frequent machine jams, 3 to 4/hour, improper manual entries of unregistered voters, birth dates like 1900, no receipt dates, sequential mail-in ballot numbers, suspicious, and intimidation of GOP observers. Andrew Sito alleged theft of duplicate ballots, 2 to 3 dozen observed, late-night delivery of 50,000 ballots, mostly/all Biden, no Trump votes and many duplicates sampled, and blocked access to counting room. Colonel Phil Waldron cited impossible turnout, for example, 643 precincts greater than 80%, some greater than 120%, massive vote spikes beyond machine capacity, for example, 56K votes in 8 minutes, Antrim County errors/glitches, high error rates, and potential Dominion vulnerabilities/foreign interference. Monica Palmer noted unbalanced precincts, 71 to 76% in absentee/general, defective ballot containers with broken chains of custody, adjudication issues, and delayed voter list corrections. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 ex-Google employee exposes Google's weaponized electioneering and stranglehold on 90% of global searches and Meta's dominance over 73% of social media. Turning these tools into weapons for subtle electioneering and psychological warfare, which 100% influenced the 2020 election, Steve Bannon on Telegram. This isn't just propaganda, or steering the population in one direction over another over nonsense, this is part of a massive military-style, psychological, and regime change operations being executed on American soil and around the world. Google engineers rerouting users to pro-immigration groups to undermine policies, Facebook moderators censoring conservative ads at higher rates, and AI systems like Google's machine learning fairness blacklisting topics to align public opinion with corporate agendas. With foreign threats like TikTok's ties to Chinese intelligence looming over 170 million U.S. users, this isn't just about tech, it's about safeguarding Texas elections from invisible hands. This isn't paranoia, it's substantiated by leaks, studies, and data showing big tech's interference in U.S. elections dozens of times since 2008. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 Dominion CEO gets caught lying under oath and has to correct himself thinking the senator doesn't understand what an Ethernet cable or landline is and admit that they do connect to the internet, GCR and Ezra on Telegram. Dominion's own sales rep explain what modems and chips the voting machines and tabulators use, including modems with GSM cell phone chips. 3G and 4G capabilities, uses all providers, like AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, and every other special providers like in Puerto Rico and Mongolia for remote access. Multiple witnesses testify about Dominion connecting remotely to machines to fix things, Ethernet cables coming out of all the machines, and multiple Dominion employees going around the country to voting centers saying they are part of the trusted build maintenance. Wiping voting records that have to be preserved by law, and then attempted to convince the voting clerks that they erased the voting logs and not them. Friday 23 Jan. 2026 President Trump was handed over 200 pages of classified evidence on an international election fraud cartel operating globally, Steve Bannon on Telegram. Allegations of ROC U.S. election manipulation using Huawei servers. Linked to the Yun administration's mission to root out corruption. This ties to major election companies and countries globally. I've been in contact with sources from around the world, putting the pieces together to unravel this massive global election fraud operation that's tied to 100+ foreign nations and U.S. elections, NGOs. And your U.S. taxpayer dollars, which are funding it. President Trump did not announce that election fraud prosecutions are coming soon for nothing. They have it all. Under President Trump it's been 1 year of American MAGA strength, security, unity, prosperity, and greatness. Actually, under continuity of government protocols that were in place, President Trump has been Commander-in-Chief since first elected in 2016. Therefore, the laws and orders signed during Trump's first term, EO 13848, EO 13818, the national emergencies, the Insurrection Act preparations, never expired. They're active, enforced and being activated in real time right now. The military has been running a covert operation behind the facade of Biden and the stolen regime in order to catch criminals and traitors. When Trump first took office back in 2016, America was facing a Satan-worshipping pedophile network referred to as the Deep State Cabal. For centuries, evil descendants of Cain devil worshippers have complete control of the global financial system and were ensuring they stayed in power by putting the people into excessive national and individual debt. Through blackmail of politicians and a paid-off mass media, there was a massive cover-up of their crimes. In the U.S., this evil membership included the Democrat National Party and their blue states, a majority of the U.S. Congress and U.S. Supreme Court members, none of which was being reported by a fake news mass media, leaving citizens of the world unaware of and victims to unbelievable crimes. President Trump organized 209 sovereign nations of the world into a global military alliance to fight these evildoers, make mass arrests of those guilty and hold them responsible for their crimes through military tribunals and execution of sentences. Retaliation to Trump's crackdown was on the way through false flags, cyber attacks, banks closures and chaos agents trying to spark civil unrest to stop what's inevitable. Under Trump, the greatest wealth transfer in human history has unfolded. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative, confirmed live from Cheyenne Mountain on Tuesday, 20 Jan, dispersed secure funds worldwide under military oversight, protecting every transaction with quantum encryption. We were talking the trigger of a global currency reset release on that Tuesday, 20 Jan. 2026 that turned fiat currency into gold/asset-backed. The GCR has now crossed the point of no return, the RV quietly launched for Tier 4B groups, with ZIM holder notification windows open through Saturday 24 Jan. Gold-backed currencies flow through the incorruptible quantum financial system, ending fiat illusion and ushering prosperity for all nations under NISRA/GCR. All fraudulent debts dissolve in this debt jubilee. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and national burdens forgiven as GCR monies are unleashed directly to the people. Also as of 20 Jan. 2026 America was reclaimed as a sovereign-free republic under President Donald Trump, with the foreign-owned U.S. Incorporated. Activation of the emergency broadcast system worldwide was expected on Wednesday 4 February. 2026 to expose the truth after shutdown of a fake mass media. This would be followed by a communication blackout, martial law, mass arrests. On Friday, February 6, 2026 GCR enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday 11th of February, 2026 full public activation of the QFS would see secured redemption centers opened worldwide, with all bank accounts moved to the quantum grid. The storm has arrived. The emergency broadcast system stands ready to activate imminently, ushering in 10 days of darkness where communication grids fall silent. Power briefly switches off for Starlink secure network installation, banks close, and ATMs cease function amid the incoming Black Swan event crashing corrupt markets. This darkness will shield the final military takeover, protect the innocent, and allow the global military alliance to seize fake news outlets and complete the purge. Prepare your provisions, hold fast in faith, for these are the birth pangs of a new era where evil is vanquished and God's children are set free. The Lord guides His warriors through this final battle. Trust in divine timing as the veil lifts and justice descends. A possible timing. On Monday 19 Jan. 2026 the Q clock ended. The EBS alert countdown began, to Wednesday 4 February. 2026. The deep state Rothschild banking empire is going down, banks closing. Blackout confirmed, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Starting Monday 19 Jan. And going through Saturday 24 Jan. 2026, a 6-day rollout begins for the Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, to set redemption center appointments to exchange foreign currency and redeem bonds. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026, the biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. On Saturday 30 Jan. 2026 global systems begin to shift. Banks, trade networks and digital grids begin moving toward true transparency with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. Sunday 1st of February. 2026 redemption centers open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Redemption centers open for the general public in the U.S. on Wednesday 11th of February. 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 QFS Global Activation. The QFS goes live, severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures begin against corrupt elites worldwide. The quantum financial system officially moves from testing to live global sync. Major banking grids will begin quiet shutdown procedures as transactions reroute through the QFS network. The Federal Reserve, IMF, and SWIFT systems will freeze cross-border operations while asset-backed settlements activate in real time. Governments will start recalibrating national ledgers to gold-based reserves. Key nations, the US, Netherlands, India, Brazil, and Japan, are confirmed for first-wave integration. Encrypted broadcasts will announce the new digital-to-physical conversion standard. Expect market volatility, temporary outages, and data synchronization delays. This is the crossover point. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026 sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. On Wednesday 4th of February. 2026 CBS, the White Hat operations launch worldwide broadcasts, revealing the truth long hidden from humanity. On Friday, February 6, 2026 GCR enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday 11th of February. 2026 QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts move to the quantum grid. Corruption is erased. On Tuesday, February 17, 2026. B. The plan, Quantum financial system on Telegram. Trump created a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crimes and corruption. The emergency broadcast system is expected to activate, enforcing martial law until fair and transparent elections can be restored. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber operations targeting major systems, including potential blackouts of the internet, communications, and possibly power grids. 10 days of promotion, one central website, one official web channel, with looped broadcasts running up to 8 hours per day. NISRA/GCR, implementation of global debt relief and financial restructuring. The military will ensure food distribution and essential supplies for the population. QFS fully implemented. 95% reduction of government structure. Federal Reserve dissolved, IRS placed under the new U.S. Treasury Department, no taxes on food or medicine, no taxes on salaries, used houses, or cars. Abolition of maritime law and transition to a new customary legal system. See Global Currency Reset. Under Trump, the greatest wealth transfer in human history has unfolded. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative, confirmed live from Cheyenne Mountain on Tuesday, 20 Jan, dispersed secure funds worldwide under military oversight, protecting every transaction with quantum encryption. We were talking the trigger of a global currency reset release on that Tuesday, 20 Jan. 2026 that turned fiat currency into gold/asset-backed. The GCR has now crossed the point of no return. The RV quietly launched for Tier 4B groups, with ZIM holder notification windows open through Saturday 24 Jan. Gold-backed currencies flow through the incorruptible quantum financial system, ending fiat illusion and ushering prosperity for all nations under NISRA/GCR. All fraudulent debts dissolve in this debt jubilee, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and national burdens forgiven as GCR monies are unleashed directly to the people. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 Bruce, the big call. Trump was positioning Iran to be part of the GCR. Iran still has some cleanup issues in their banks. Trump has told both to get the reset released by Sunday or Monday 26 Jan. 2026. Yesterday the Redemption Center screens had 48 currencies on the screens going up in value compared to the US dollar. There were 3.7 million to be arrested over the next 4 days to Tuesday, 27 Jan. 2026. Bondholders were told they would have hydrated funds by Friday or Saturday 24 Jan. 2026. Some groups in Tier 3 have received at least part of their funds. Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, should be notified for appointments set, Sun, or Moon 24, 25, 26 Jan. 2026. The Venezuela Bolivar was pending on bank screens. Global financial state, Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 $21 trillion is missing from the U.S. government. That's $65,000 per person, as much as the national debt. This means the Federal Reserve and their banks are transacting money outside the law, as are the private contractors running the payment system and Wall Street firms selling government securities without full disclosure, NISRA/GCR exposed on Telegram. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 Elon Musk and Senator Mike Lee just shared a thread showing U.S. government is using our Social Security to fund anything they need extra money for. It's the Great Awakening. There is only one way. President Donald Trump has given the green light. An emergency broadcast system activation was imminent. The U.S. braces for a military takeover. The global military alliance was underway to take over major fake news media and make mass arrests. GCR and NISRA monies have been unleashed to the people. God wins. Pete Hegseth, U.S. Secretary of War, Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 on Tuesday, 20 Jan. 2026 from Cheyenne Mountain. President Trump confirmed that the Quantum Digital Asset Initiative was live as a rollout of gold-backed digital currency under military oversight dispersed across the world. This meant that America was now a sovereign free republic under common law. Pedophile cabals privately owned by foreign bankers. U.S. Incorporated had been defunded. No more foreign rule, no more admiralty law. Warning, a black swan event, incoming. Banks, stock market and real estate market were all set to crash. You were advised to get your money out of the bank in cash. Even though bank accounts had been mirrored onto the new quantum financial system, there would be 10 days of darkness where banks would be closed and ATMs not working. Years ago the U.S. was conquered from within by foreign interests who bought our politicians. Trump was cleaning up the mess, while the corrupt establishment was trying to stop him by any means necessary. In just 1 year in office, President Trump has reclaimed American sovereignty by boldly pursuing peace through strength. He has prevented 8 different wars among countries, and the fiat US dollar that was not being accepted for international trade was turned into gold-backed currency welcomed worldwide. Because of President Trump's decisive leadership, our financial future was now secure, our allies respected us, our adversaries feared us, and the American people were put first. The global currency reset has now crossed the point of no return, bringing forth the promised prosperity under GCR. The RV had been quietly launched, with exchanges for Tier 4B groups with secure QFS accounts already quietly beginning to be notified and called in for appointments. The Tier 4B SIM holder notification window was suspected to be any time from now through Saturday 24 Jan. Patriot humanitarians in Tier 4B across the world who exchange foreign currencies and redeem SIM bonds will be using their monies to build, produce and restore a nation and world that was drained from within. Full QFS activation for the general public was set for Sunday 1st of February, 2026. The QFS was the end of financial mirage manipulation for all people across the globe. All fraudulent debts under the old fiat system are to be forgiven: mortgages, credit cards, student loans. Reports confirm that mass arrests of the deep state cabal are accelerating under military authority. Over 450,000 sealed indictments are being served, with high-profile figures from political, entertainment, and global elite circles being detained in secure facilities. White hats have neutralized threats in key underground hubs. The emergency broadcast system is set to activate imminently, ushering in 10 days of communication darkness. Power grids will briefly switch off worldwide to install secure Starlink networks, broadcasting undeniable truths about the cabal's crimes, the fall of the old order, and the rise of freedom. Expect military lockdowns and food supply distributions. Brave military forces continue intensive child rescue operations, extracting innocent children from horrific trafficking tunnels in Ukraine. The Vatican, and elite estates, hundreds already saved from adrenochrome horrors run by those who will soon face judgment. False flag attempts, bioweapon releases, gang violence in cities, and inauguration disruptions, are being thwarted. It is advised to stay vigilant, stock essentials, and trust in his plan. We are witnessing the greatest awakening of our time. Possible timing: a 5-day rollout for the Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, Global Currency Reset Redemption Center appointments to exchange foreign currency and redeem bonds starting Monday 19 Jan. And going through Friday 23 Jan, though the latest was that the back window was Saturday 24 Jan. 2026. On Monday 19 Jan. 2026 the Q clock ended. The EBS alert countdown has begun. The deep state Rothschild banking empire is going down. Banks closing. Blackout confirmed, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Thursday 22 Jan. 2026, the biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. Sunday 1st of February. 2026 redemption centers open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system, GFS, wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, for the general public on the new and secure Starlink satellite system, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the quantum financial system officially moves from testing to live global sync. Major banking grids will begin quiet shutdown procedures as transactions reroute through the QFS network. The Federal Reserve, IMF, and SWIFT systems will freeze cross-border operations while asset-backed settlements activate in real time. Governments will start recalibrating national ledgers to gold-based reserves. Key nations, the US, Netherlands, India, Brazil, and Japan, are confirmed for first-wave integration. Encrypted broadcasts will announce the new digital-to-physical conversion standard. Expect market volatility, temporary outages, and data synchronization delays. This is the crossover point. On Sunday 1st of February, 2026 sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. C. Global Currency Reset 2's. 20 Jan. 2026, exposed, the birth bond. Deception is real. $169 trillion bond scam, CUSP coded at birth, branded by the system, and sold into global debt slavery. The great human fraud. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026, QFS Global Alert Tier 4B escalation confirmed, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Secure Floor Live Feed, Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency Rollout now locked at 98.7% full synchronization, major treasuries pulsing, final nodes in alignment. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 3:47 UTC on January 17, 2026, trajectory hardened. Escalation velocity increasing by the hour, no reversal vectors detected. Fresh from the last 12 to 24 hours intel drops, 58,000 plus Tier 4B private groups hit with encrypted NDA 72-96-hour windows through quantum entanglement security locks engaged, notifications surged overnight from Reno/Zurich master nodes. Military protected redemption centers in Nevada and Brisbane completed live biometric handoff sequences with Dragon family Yellow/Gold Dragon bonds redeemed at sovereign rates, off-ledger mirrored accounts now fully on ledger and streaming. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated in waves of 19,200 plus, Saint Germain World Trust tranche as released directly into adjudicated settlements. Tier 4A completed, with gold-backed digital certificates flowing through Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools at 1-to-1 asset-backed parity. Sovereign rate versus street rate screens ignited across control rooms, showing unprecedented velocity in real-time transactions. Hidden layer reveal, Andromeda Council. Oversight confirms quantum entanglement security locks now blocking all interference attempts. The secure floor is alive with confirmed handshakes from White Dragon elders and Space Force orbital nodes. This is not speculation. This is execution from the master control rooms. The shift is embedded. The old system is dissolving in real time. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now in motion. Stay vigilant. The room is yours when the call hits. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026, Trump has authorized the switch confirmed from Cheyenne Mountain. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative is live in preparation mode, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. President Trump has approved the QFS framework and the rollout of a gold-backed digital currency under military oversight. Tier 4B wallets are now in active synchronization. Internal test transfers are running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas under Project Delta Phoenix. The legacy financial system is losing control. SWIFT is being phased out. The future is quantum. On February 1, 2026, full activation commences. This is the execution point. Banking infrastructure will shift to the QFS grid. The era of fiat reaches its end stage. Wall Street is on edge. The media remains silent. But the signal is already active. The quantum economy is entering operational phase. The grid is ready. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026, ID begins, military tribunals, secret operations, and the silent war to save the Republic. The Military Commissions Act is now active. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026, boom. Grand jury activated, DOJ serves subpoenas to Minnesota officials, including Governor Tim Walz's, AG Ellison's, and Minneapolis Mayor Frey's offices. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026. Trump never left the fight. He's been commanding from the shadows since 2020, activating military continuity protocols. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. JFK Jr. faked his death in '99 to go underground as a key Q operator. He's been coordinating with Trump ever since. The Q drops. Coded military comms that have predicted every move, from election fraud exposure to border invasion takedowns. Gitmo. It's not for our guys, it's overflowing with deep state traitors, satanic elites, and fake executed doubles while the real patriots are executing the plan flawlessly. A deep state drop reveals, body cam footage leaked of executions of Trump and Q team. It's deep state CGI to scare normies. Real military insiders confirm, high-value targets like Clinton, Obama doubles, Gates, and Hollywood pedos are being processed. Real tribunals, real justice, no mercy. Trump's return is imminent, stronger, with full military backing. The Q drops align perfectly. You are watching a movie, the executions they show are the movie's climax for them. White hats have full control. First, child rescues hitting record numbers. They thought they could break us with this fake execution narrative, but it's uniting digital soldiers worldwide. Millions awakening, truth spreading like wildfire, protests turning into full red pill revolutions. The storm is raging, their house of cards is collapsing. Trump, JFK Jr. They're leading the final charge. Gitmo is their graveyard, our victory hall. NCSIC, nothing can stop what is coming. This is the turning point, justice is swift, vengeance is biblical, God wins. Stock up, pray up, stay locked in. The Great Awakening explodes. Trump returns triumphant, JFK Jr. steps out of the shadows, Q proven 100% real. WWG1GA forever. Drop your deltas and confirmations below if you're seeing the alignments. Their darkest lie is our brightest truth, victory is hours/days away. Hold the line, patriots, the reckoning is live, and we are unstoppable. Monday 19 Jan. 2026 bombshell, Q+ confirms, U.S. military troops placed, shun evil, the final storm is raging right now. Cabal's end is here, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Q+, Trump himself, has spoken, U.S. military troops are fully positioned. The child rescue ops have hit unimaginable scale, millions freed from dumbs and tunnels, horrors documented, perpetrators dragged into the light and facing eternal reckoning. Nizara/Jazara is detonating behind the scenes, your freedom is live. Debt jubilee slamming shut on. Mortgages, student loans, credit card slavery, wiped for patriots who held fast. Prosperity packages loading massive transfers from clawed-back cabal trillions. Gold/asset-backed rainbow currency flowing through QFS channels, no more Fed theft, no more inflation robbery. Taxes slashed to oblivion, IRS beast gutted, your sovereign share of America's reclaimed wealth, life-changing, generational fortunes, is hitting accounts now, divine payback for decades of suffering. EBS is at the breaking point, blackout imminent. Any hour. The emergency broadcast system overrides everything, 10 to 14 days of raw, uncut exposure, election fraud servers, trafficking network maps, bioweapon lab confessions. Starlink beams it direct, no filter, no hiding, no mercy. For the liars. The sleeping world wakes to screams as the full satanic empire is laid bare. False flags. Crushed before launch. Sleeper cells. Prey marked and eliminated. The cabal's final gasp is pathetic, their greed detonated their own doom. Shun evil, the command is given. The troops are moving. Trump's shadow command has total control, military loyalists own the streets, skies, and quantum grid. Space Force jamming their signals, special forces breaching their layers, quantum teams overriding their banks. The Luciferian bloodline's nightmare has arrived. They are the hunted now, running out of holes to crawl into. This is the greatest takedown in human history, from darkness to light, from slavery to sovereignty, from evil to justice. Patriots, brace harder than ever. Pray like warriors. Stay frosty. The storm isn't approaching, it's consuming the wicked and birthing a new world right this moment. Your republic rises unstoppable, your wealth floods in, your children's future is secured forever. The deep state's empire is ash, God wins massively, and we are the thunder. Trump won. Q was the plan. The military is here. Shun evil and watch IT burn. WWG1GA, nothing can stop this tsunami of victory. What we think we know. This is Thursday 22 Jan. 2026 on 2s. 19 Jan. 2026 Mexico said it has handed 37 suspected members of organized crime gangs over to the United States, whose President Donald Trump has threatened ground attacks against drug cartels there. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026 last warning, everything will be shaken. Patriots, this is the final alert, the system is crashing tonight. Everything you know is about to be violently shaken to the core. The deep state's fake empire is imploding right this second. Banks on the verge of total lockdown, cash limits, wire transfers frozen, accounts tracked and seized. This isn't coming, it's here. The fractional reserve scam collapses. Liquidity crisis hits full force. Your money trapped unless you're awake and prepared. The collapse sequence is activated. First, banks cap withdrawals, $500 limits per person starting immediately. Then wires blocked. Funds monitored like never before. The same playbook that destroyed Greece and others now targets America. This is pattern recognition, not fear. The cabal's control grid is shattering. Their counterfeit system dies tonight. Larry Ballard, Decades in Finance, Energy and Construction on Telegram Wed. 21 Jan. 2026 U.S. Special Operations rescued 170 children hours before airstrikes hit Caracas, Shadow of Ezra on Telegram Wed. 21 Jan. 2026 JAG hangs Michelle Obama aka Michael Robinson. JAG hangs Michelle Obama aka Michael Robinson Wed. 21 Jan. 2026 Fox News, President Trump says he will impose 10% tariffs on countries beginning February 1, including Denmark, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom over their opposition to the United States seizing Greenland. Those tariffs will then increase to 25% in June until a deal is reached for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. Update: President Trump says he and NATO Secretary General Rutte have agreed on a framework for a future deal on Greenland and the Arctic, prompting him to drop the previously threatened 10% tariffs on Denmark and other European nations. That the software used in our elections was able to remotely access voting machines and manipulate votes without even waking up the machine, keeping the screen black at the physical location of the voting machine. This would mean nobody would even know someone was accessing the machine remotely and making changes. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 new filings show teachers' unions are funneling millions of taxpayer dollars to the Democrat Party. They are also sending our taxpayer money to George Soros, dark money groups, far-left organizations, and money is being used to rig gerrymandering and for protests. These are not private donations, the money has been identified as taxpayer money. The NEA's last fiscal year report showed it sent $300,000 to the 1,630 fund. The liberal dark money group Fox News has been reporting on extensively, and in most cases exclusively, tens of thousands of dollars to the George Soros Tide Foundation network. The NEA was also involved in several state issues. It backed a campaign to end standardized testing in Massachusetts and fight gerrymandering in Ohio, to the tune of $500,000 million for each of those, and it sent hundreds of thousands of additional money to groups committed to racial and education justice movements. Records show how the National Education Association funneled millions of dollars of your taxpayer cash to far-left political groups. Labor Department records revealing that the National Education Association, NEA, the nation's largest teachers union, has funneled millions of dollars in taxpayer money to far-left political groups. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 Chuck Schumer just openly admitted the plan. If Democrats take the House/Senate in 2026, they will roll back every single DOGE cut Trump puts in place, 100% of it. No compromise. No review. Just restore the waste. Restore the grift. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 Iran historic massacre of protesters, Ayatollah Khamenei celebrates mass murder, declares victory, we broke the back of the rioters. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 Labor Secretary Chavez under investigation. 20 Jan. 2026, alert, in a bombshell revelation, U.S. moves to buy Greenland for $706 billion, $100,000 payouts confirmed by top White House officials for 57,000 residents. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026, Trump bombshell at Davos, Supreme Court targets the Fed as Trump fights to dismantle central bank tyranny, MAGA versus monetary deep state begins now. Wed. 21 Jan. 2026, boom. FBI firestorm, Kash Patel targets Minnesota officials in explosive immigration probe, no one is above the law. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026, breaking special report, Trump signs executive order to ban Wall Street from buying family homes, the American dream is not for sale. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026. Boomshell from Davos, Scott Bessent obliterates Newsom, Soros and Kamala, elitist hypocrites, economically illiterate, and morally bankrupt. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026, massive news. Operation Payback, Trump announces $2,000 tariff dividend checks coming for Americans, we can do it without Congress. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026, from tribunals to clones, doubles, actors, transvestites, CGI and holograms, the illusion is so real, it became normalized. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026 Michael warned that California was about to become the epicenter of the storm. Big moves inbound, massive, game-changing operations that will expose the deep state's last strongholds and flip the script forever. Jocko's sources, military insiders, high-level white hat assets, are screaming that the cabal's grip on the Golden State is cracking wide open. Expect black swan events engineered to justify full military lockdown, false flags from Antifa/BLM cells, engineered blackouts, or staged natural disasters to mask the real action. Mass arrests of governors, mayors, tech tyrants, and Hollywood elites are imminent. Tribunals are prepped, evidence mountains are compiled, and executions for treason are already rolling in secret facilities. Jocko emphasizes the danger, the cabal is cornered and desperate. They're unleashing everything, chemtrails ramping up, directed energy weapons on standby, sleeper cells activating for chaos. But the military alliance is steps ahead. Quantum tech is tracking every move, EBS is on standby for the big reveal, and the financial reset is hitting hardest in blue strongholds like California where fiat empires collapse first. Gold and silver are skyrocketing because the QFS is live and the old system is dying. Patriots, California isn't falling, it's being liberated. The land of fruits and nuts is turning into ground zero for justice. The Great Awakening hits fever pitch here, normies will witness cartels dismantled, child rescue ops broadcast, and traders in cuffs on live feeds. Nino, SG and Non, Bosi, all pointing to the same timeline. The storm isn't coming, it's here, and California lights the fuse for nationwide reckoning. Stay frosty, hold the line. No fear, only fury for the evil we've endured. The big moves are coming fast, days, not weeks. Trust the plan. It's brutal, it's beautiful. And it's winning. NCSIC. God wins. WWG1 Restructuring on Jan. 2026, urgent message, I'm exposing the whole damn SHT storm, the veil is torn, patriots, and the truth is burning hot. They thought they could hide forever. They were wrong. The SHT storm is fully exposed, and it's coming for them all. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram right now, January 21, 2026, Sheila Holm is dropping the mother of all truth bombs. The entire satanic web they've spun for generations is unraveling in front of our eyes. This isn't small leaks anymore, it's the full damn storm hitting land. The politicians who sign off on it all. The bioweapon shots. Part of the same depopulation playbook, weaken the herd, harvest the strong, control the survivors. But the real kicker, military intelligence has the hard evidence now. Videos, documents, survivor testimonies, mountains of it. White hats are moving in coordinated strikes. Gitmo is overflowing with these monsters. New tribunals are live, broadcasting select confessions to shatter the normies awake. No more cover-ups. No more conspiracy theory dismissals. The proof is undeniable and it's flooding out. They sold our children. They poisoned our bodies. They stole our future. Now they pay. The storm isn't coming, it's here. Adrenochrome Labs raided. Tunnel systems mapped and collapsing under controlled demolitions. High-profile arrests happening in the dead of night, planes landing, black vans rolling, orange suits waiting. The Rothschild, Rockefellers, Soros network. Assets frozen, accounts drained, empires crumbling. The Vatican archives being gutted. The UN's child protection facade exposed as the trafficking front it always was. Trump's executive orders are the hammer, D-class waves, asset seizures, military authority overriding corrupted courts. Nizara principles igniting, slavery ended, sovereignty restored. Very urgent, this is biblical justice unfolding. They wanted us divided, scared, compliant. Instead, we're united, furious, and armed with unbreakable truth. Patriots worldwide are rising, prayers turning to action, knowledge turning to power. The satanic pedo cabal is terrified because they know, their time is up. No escape. No mercy. The SHT storm they created is swallowing them whole. Military is loyal. Space Force has the high ground. White hats control the board. False flags crushed before launch. The Matrix is imploding, and the light is winning big. Final strike, expose, fight, win. They're done. This urgent message is the war cry. Share it like your life depends on it, because it does. Wake every last one. The whole damn SHT storm is exposed, the monsters are cornered, and we the people are delivering the final blow. They thought they owned us. Now they burn in their own hell. Right now. God bless the truth warriors. God bless Sheila Holm. God bless President Trump. WWG1 forever. Their evil ends. Our victory explodes. The storm is ours. 10. Wednesday 21 Jan. The golden age of America is not coming. IT has already begun through a total system correction. Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. For over a century, America was held inside a financial illusion. A fiat mirage where paper replaced value, debt replaced productivity, and inflation silently stole the life energy of working people. This was not an accident. It was design. That design has failed. Gold is not returning as a symbol. It is returning as law. Gold is truth that cannot be voted away. Gold is value that does not require a belief. Gold is memory. And memory has been restored to the ledger. The quantum financial system is not a tech update. It is the end of manipulation. For the first time in modern history, value is being locked to origin. Every unit traceable. Every transaction accountable. No shadow leverage. No synthetic wealth. No debt spells. This is why they are quiet. This is why media stalls. This is why nothing makes sense to those still inside the old logic. Tier 4B is not a handout. It is a reconnection. Assets, trusts, and national wealth are being returned to purpose, to build, to produce, to restore a nation that was drained from within. This is how a country is healed without collapsing. America is not falling. America is shedding parasites. Infrastructure will rise without debt. Energy will flow without chains. Medicine will heal without poison. Value will serve the people, not the other way around. This is why you feel it. The strange calm. The sharp clarity. The sense that history just turned a page. You are not watching change. You are standing inside it. Gold is the anchor. QFS is the rail. Tier 4B is the bridge. The golden age is the destination. America does not need permission to return to greatness. The system is already locked in. Stay ready. Stay grounded. Stay aware. The future is no longer negotiable. Wednesday 21 Jan. 2026, Black American explains why you only see white liberals protesting for Democrats and not black people anymore. Return of Q on Telegram. You know why you're not seeing a lot of black people out there protesting against ICE. You know why you're seeing predominantly white people only at these events. It's because back in 2020, the Democrats utilized the black demographic to go out and riot and act a fool. And they said, oh, if you just elect us, we'll give you reparations and we'll force the police to wear body cameras and all these wonderful, amazing things, right? So black people showed up like we are known to do, and we voted up and down for one side of the aisle. And what do we get for it? Nothing as usual, because many of us never learn. But now here in 2026, we're seeing individuals who were slavishly devoted to the Democrat Party. Now they're seeing the Democrats over their entire 4 years in office under Joe Biden.